Gwion Evans is about to step over on the long blows. He'll get to the turn, but Jack Robinson then, the Northern Ireland shearer, down that last side he comes. Big sweeping blows, clearing off that leg wool, round the top of the tail, and out goes Jack Robinson. Archie Patterson goes in for sheep number 5. Kevin Rowlands is up the undermine of 5, but Gwion Evans, the Welsh team member, puts the finishing touches. One full comb, a bit of a flick, and out goes Gwion Evans on stand number 5, George.
Yes, so we've Kevin Rowlands on 1 now. He steps up the neck. Into the first hind leg is Archie. Graham Davison on 4. He's down in the long blow. Gwion Evans is out there. He's finished the Welshman. And it's Graham Davison now. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Up the neck goes Archie there on stand number 2. But it's Graham Davison will be next to drop here on stand number 4. Down and out the back leg goes Graham now. About 3 more blows. He'll reach for the button and his time will be taken. Graham Davison, one of the 3 Davison brothers on stand number 4. Graham Davison is, and out he goes. So we've Kevin Rowlands now on 1. And Archie is right back with him there now. They're blow for blow as they come down the last side of sheep number 5. Stands of 1 and 2 as they battle it out down the last side now of the 5th and final sheep. Heat 2 of the Open. Shearing for a place in the semi-final. A bit of a wriggle there with Archie. Settles her down and away he goes again. Kevin down and out the back leg. So there's only a blow or so in it. And it's Archie. Just got that couple of seconds on Kevin there. Kevin Rowlands it is. Out the back leg he goes. Put your hands together for another very good heat in the Open there. Well done. Off to the right hand side, competitors please. Out the back and them up the sheet for the next round.
Yeah, so the next heat then will be coming up very shortly. Jason McNeice, Alex Butler, Hamish Mitchell, Ilan Jones, Alice Watson and Callum Shaw. The wool handlers have cleared the top boards. Are we ready for them to start? Wallace, are we ready to start clearing the clocks? No, can Brian McGahey clear the clocks? Okay, Brian. Okay then, shearers. Let's have you up onto the boards. Jason McNeice to 6. Alex Butler to 5. Hamish Mitchell to 4. Ilan Jones to 3. Alice Watson to 2. Callum Shaw to 1. We have some wool handlers that haven't checked in yet. Sonia Fagan, Nicholas Dennison. We need you to come and check in, please, otherwise you will miss out. So the shearers will check a little bit of tension. Jason McNeice. He's not here, okay. We'll go without him. So we've got another cracking lineup here. More team members that will be representing their country at the World Championships. Callum Shaw there on stand number 1 is the Scottish champion. He will be representing Scotland in the Home World Championships on 1. Alice Watson won the ladies competition here yesterday from New Zealand on 2. Ilan Jones, an up-and-coming Welsh shearer there on stand number 3. Then we got Hamish Mitchell, the evergreen Hamish Mitchell there on stand number 4. He will be representing Scotland for about the 450th time at the World Championships in Edinburgh. And then Alex Butler, a young fella, we saw him shear in the national final here on Thursday on stand number 5. We've got a thumbs up from the referee. We're going to make a start, boys. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So out they come with their first of 5. They've seen what's happened in that first 2 heats. They want to make it into that semi-final, then into the final this afternoon. Into that back leg they go along the line. Who's going to be the first up the neck? It's Ilan Jones, the little ginger ninja there on stand number 3. Into that front shoulder he goes. Hamish Mitchell is up the neck. So is Alex Butler. So is Callum Shaw. Down into the long blows they go now then. Ilan Jones has been working in New Zealand all winter. He looks as fit as a butcher's dog. And look at him go. He's about to get to the turn. But Hamish Mitchell is coming after him, using those long arms and legs. He's like a windmill in a hurricane on stand number 4. Down the last side they come pretty much together. Hamish and Ilan having a real ding-dong. Who's going to be into the pen first? It's going to be Ilan Jones and Hamish Mitchell right up together, George.
Yes, there to go. So it stands 3 and 4. The battle is on. Who's going to be next? Very little between them. Callum Shaw, Alice Watson, Alex Butler there. Down and out the back leg to go. What it looks like it's going to be Alex Butler will be next to get the drop there on stand at number 5. Down the portals he goes. Callum Shaw on stand number 1. He sends that sheep away and he'll be out with number 2. Alice Watson there. Finds it difficult to get that sheep down the board hole. These big hogs there, which has got rid of her, and out she comes now with sheep number 2. It's Ian Jones there on stand, the number 3, up and around the back of the head he goes, drops down to the first shoulder. But it's Hamish leads the field at the moment, dropping down to the first shoulder, down into the long blow. He's about to step over with the right now, pumping in those long blows, plenty of reach there. He's about to get the turn and head for home, and down the last side of sheep number 2, shearing on stand 4. Up the neck goes Alex Butler. Hamish comes down. Ian Jones, Alice Watson there on 2. Down in the long blows is Callum Shaw. But it's Hamish there on stand number 4. Down and out the back leg he goes now. Another 2 blows. He'll send that sheep away down the porthole. And he'll be in and out with sheep number 3, Hugh.
Yeah, so Hamish Mitchell, he might be the elder statesman of this field. But look at him go, ladies and gentlemen. The belly wool comes off for Hamish. Ilan Jones has got sheep number 3 on the board. Callum Shaw goes in for sheep number 3. Alice Watson's on the long blow with 2. Alex Butler's putting the finishing touches to 2. But already up the night, undermining up the neck is Hamish Mitchell. And being chased hard now by Ilan Jones. Ilan Jones is right up Hamish's tail. Hamish is round behind the sheep's ears. Ilan's round behind the sheep's ears. Into the front shoulder they go. They lift the leg high. Now they're sweeping those long blows. Big blows going in from Ilan and Hamish. They're about to get to the turn. Who's going to turn first? It's Ilan Jones just by a whisker from Hamish Mitchell. Alice Watson gave her wrist a bit of a shake there. Putting that sheep down took a bit of effort. Callum Shaw is on the long blows, but it's Hamish and Ilan blow for blow as they fly down the last side. 2 sheep left in the pen. Round that hind leg comes Ilan. Round the hind leg comes Hamish. Who's into the pen first? It's Ilan Jones, the Welshman, George.
Yes, he's out there being followed very closely on stand number 4 by Hamish. He comes out with number 4 on the board as well. Up the neck goes Alice Watson on 2, Callum Shaw, the Scotsman, on 1. Down the portholes he goes, and he's out now, getting faster all the time there on stand number 1. He's out with sheep number 4. The finishing touch is going in for Alex on stand 5. Down the porthole now, and he comes out with number 5 on the board. Alice down in the long blows there of 3, just about to get the turn and then out the money side of the sheep. Hamish steps up the neck, but it's already Ian Jones on stand number 3. He's down in the long blows there now on sheep number 4 with 1 more left in the pen. Don't forget our sponsors, Ulster Wool Growers, big sponsors here at the Shearing at Balmoral. And getting the turn is Ian Jones there on 3. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Hamish chasing hard there on 4. Alice Watson, down and out the back leg she goes there now. Stand number 2, another couple of blows and she'll send that sheep away and she'll be out with number 4. Callum Shaw is coming back with every blow now. He's on par with Hamish at the moment. But it's Ian Jones on 3. Out the back leg goes the Welshman. Bye number 4. Come on, number 5 for Ian Jones. Go.
Yeah, so the Welshman has got his 5th and final sheep out onto the board. Hamish Mitchell has been overtaken by his Scottish teammate Callum Shaw as Callum goes in and out the pen. Oh, careful Hamish, that was a good catch there. Into the pen, she's refusing to go. Hamish using all that power. Make sure the handpiece is right. Now he's going to just nurse her down that portal. Already Callum is up the neck and into the front shoulder. Looks like he's timing his run to perfection. Down and into that front shoulder. Callum Shaw has hit the turbo button. Ilan Jones is hanging on. Long blow time for Callum as he steps. Long blow time for Ilan as he steps. Hamish is swinging the steel. Up the neck goes Hamish. But Callum has turned. He's round the shoulder. Down the last side. The smiling assassin on stand number 1 is coming underneath that front leg. He's pulled away from Ilan Rhys-Jones. He's timing his run now to perfection. 1 full comb, a bit of a flick, and out goes Callum Shaw on stand number 1.
Yes, Callum Shaw will come right back there. Now it's Ian Jones here on 3. Out the back leg he goes. Just another blow. Pushes the button and his time is taken. The Welshman, Hamish, down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. About 2 more blows for Hamish now. He'll be out there as well. The other Scots team man on stand number 5. Out goes Hamish. Out comes Alice Watson there. Number 5, I'm sure, on the board. Push that button 1 more time, I think. That's it. I think number 5 should be up there. Alex Butler, out the back leg goes Alex, well done. And Alex has put the finishing touches in there on stand number 5, sheep number 5. Don't forget our sponsors, the Ulster Wool Growers Limited, big sponsors of the shearing here at Balmoral Show. We'd like to say a special word of thanks to all our sponsors, to the farmers for supplying the sheep. It's a big team effort. It takes a lot of sheep here at Balmoral Show over the 4 days. We have Alice Watson now goes up the neck. Up and around the back of the head she goes. Good control there. The New Zealander Shearing on stand number 2. Dropping down into the first shoulder now. Getting the sheep around parallel with the dropper. Good control. Big Suffolk Hoggett there as she drops down into the long blows. Sheep number 5 on the board as the judges keep rotating away until the final competitor is finished. She stepped over with the right. 1 more blow now and she'll get the turn. Cleans off that cheek and be heading for home and down the last side of sheet number 5 in this heat 3 of the Open. The Ulster Wool Growers sponsored Open. Of course, using these Leicester shearing machines here today. We've David John here for the 4 days looking after all of this stuff. Alice Watson now, good control of her sheep there. Down and out the back leg she goes. Sheep number 5, stand number 2, Alice Watson it is. Our time is taken when you push the button. Put your hands together for another good heat in the Open. Well done.
Yeah, another cracking lineup, so we'll have a quick tidy up. Just wait off the boards a minute, shearers. Wait off the boards. I know they're raring to go, but we've got to give our wool handlers and our judges just a little bit of time. Just hang on a minute, shearers. So this is the last of the Open shearing heats. Okay then, shearers. Tom Perry to 1, Daniel Creer to 2, Robert Davidson to 3, Richard Jones to 4, Aaron McGee to 5, and Hugh de Lacy to stand number 6. So again, we've got a full lineup. Tom Perry, the new Ulster champion there on stand number 1. Won that title on Thursday. Daniel Creer, I believe, will be representing the Isle of Man at the World Championships on stand number 2. Robert Davidson On stand number 3, Bert has been a great supporter here at the Royal Ulster. On stand number 4, we've got the current world champion, Richard Jones. On stand number 5 is Aaron McGee around. Aaron McGee, this is your last call. And then Hugh DeLacy is there on stand number 6, all the way from New Zealand. From the South Island of New Zealand, I believe. So another cracking lineup here. I'm pretty sure I saw that Hugh had won a competition over there in New Zealand back in our winter. Now he's over in the UK. We got a thumbs up from the referee. Shearers. I don't know what yoga position that is, Hugh, but it seemed to be stretching. Okay then, we're ready to start. Shearers, on your doors. Timekeeper's ready. Judges ready. Shearers, go. So they rip the doors off the hinges again. The belly wool comes off. They've seen what the previous 3 heats have done. They're under pressure now. But into the back leg they go pretty much along the line. The first to show a little bit of magic is the world champion Richard Jones. Up the neck and into the front shoulder goes Richard. Up the neck goes Hugh DeLacy. Up the neck is Tom Perry, Robert Davidson, Daniel Creer. Long blow time for Richard Jones. The little Corwen man has got that handpiece flying. He's about to get to the turn. And down the last side comes Richard Jones. Round the shoulder. He's really got the bit between his teeth. As down the last side comes Richard, rolling that handpiece underneath the back leg. He's really put a spurt on. 55 seconds, George.
Yes, that's what this man means business on stand number 4. We have Tom Perry there on stand 1. The new champion the other day, the Royal Ulster champion Tom Perry. Daniel Creer there on 2. Who's going to get the job first? Hugh DeLacy, the New Zealander. On 6, he's out with number 2 on the board. Aaron McGee comes down the last side. Tom Perry is in. He's out now on stand number 2. Robert Davis is out. Daniel Creer, he's down the last side and out the back leg he goes. Stand number 2. Up the neck goes Richard Jones. Aaron McGee, the Donegal man. He's on 5. Out the back leg he goes. Hugh DeLacy steps up the neck. It's already Richard Jones down into the long blows. Out comes Daniel there on stand number 2. Robert, a couple of big sweeping blows up the undermine. Up the neck goes Tom Perry. Richard now about to get the turn and head down the last side. Aaron McGee, the Donegal man, is out. Keep those pen numbers pushed there, please, on stand number 2. So we've all the 2s now. Who is it? It's Richard Jones, the Welshman. The champion down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. About 4 more blows now. He'll say bye-bye, number 2. Come on, number 3. Out the back leg goes Richard there now. Down the board she goes. Chasing him hard is Tom Perry. Hugh, he comes down. And Hugh DeLacy.
Yes, so Richard Jones has got sheep number. Is that 2 or 3 on the board there? 3 comes out. Hugh DeLacy comes out with 3. Rangiora man on stand number 6. Has got the belly wall off. Tom Perry has got the 3rd sheep out onto the board as well, but it's still Richard Jones, the cockerel from Corwen. Up the neck and into the front shoulder goes Richard Jones. Up the neck and into the front shoulder goes Hugh DeLacy. Up the neck will go Tom Perry. But already then Richard Jones has got that handpiece sliding over the skin. Nice and easy does it for the current world champion. He's about to get to the turn. He cleans off the cheek and down the last side, but he'll have to move because Hugh DeLacy is tight up his tail. Round the shoulder comes Richard Jones, and she's not playing the game. She's having a kick and a wriggle. In goes Aaron McGee for sheep number 3. Gives her a little nudge, but it's still Richard Jones. He's got her under control, but Hugh DeLacy is right up with him now. Into the pen will go Richard, and Hugh DeLacy a blow behind him. Into the pen they run for sheep 4, George.
Yes, number 4 on the board on stands 4 and 6. Out they come now. Tom Perry is pushing them all the way there on stand number 1. Robert Davison turns her home. Daniel on 2. Down on the last side he comes there. A couple of big sweeping blows up the undermine for Aaron McGee, the Donegal man. But it's already up the neck there. Richard Jones just a blow ahead of Hugh DeLacy at the moment. Tom Perry, the belly wool comes off. Out the back leg goes Daniel. On 3 with Robert Davison. But it's 4. It's all happening there with Richard Jones right down to the long blows now. Pumping in those blows. Stepping over with the right. He's pulled a couple of blows back again on Hugh DeLacy, the New Zealander. But Hugh is coming right back at him. And Hugh has got 2 blows again in a second on Richard Jones as they head down the last side of sheep number 4 with 1 more left in the pen. It's the New Zealander on 5. Down and out the back leg he goes. 1, 2. He says goodbye number 4. Come on number 5. Down the last side comes Richard Jones. But it's Hugh DeLacy out with his 5th and final sheep on the board. Don't forget Aaron McGee, Robert Davison, Daniel and Tom. But it's Richard Jones now, Hugh. He comes out with his final sheep on the board.
Yeah, so Richard Jones has got sheep 5 out. But already at the undermine of 5 is Hugh DeLacy. Hugh DeLacy's got a speed shear sheep. Up the neck and into the front shoulder goes Hugh DeLacy. Richard Jones is not giving up quite yet. Up the undermine goes Richard Jones, keeping that handpiece on the skin. But Hugh DeLacy steps over on the long blow. Richard Jones goes up the neck. Tom Perry will go up the neck. Bert Davidson's turn for home. Daniel Creer's turn for home. Aaron McGee goes up the neck on sheep number 4. But it's still the man on stand number 6 if she'll sit. As Hugh DeLacy then strokes that wool off round the hind leg. One last bit of a tickle, and out goes Hugh DeLacy on stand number 6 there, George.
Yes, now Richard Jones comes down the last side. Down in the long blow is Tom Terry. Out comes Daniel with 5 on the board. Robert the belly comes off on 5. Down the last side of 4 is Aaron McGee. A bit of a wriggle there with the Welshman on stand number 4. He sets her down and gets the finish. It touches in there on sheep number 5. And it's Richard Jones. His time is taken on stand number 5. Aaron McGee comes down the last side with 1 more left in the pen. Up the neck goes Daniel, but it's Tom Perry out. And his time is taken on stand number 1. We've stands 2, 3 and 5 now with the final sheep on the board. Very little between stands 2 and 3 there. Daniel and Robert. It's Aaron the belly who comes off on his final sheep. And now Daniel gets the turn down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Closely followed by Robert on stand number 3 into the Ulster Wool sponsored Open. And of course, see him using all these Lister machines. Lister big sponsors here as well. But it's Robert Davis there now, out the back leg, and Daniel has got his time taken on stand number 2. Out goes Robert Davis, and well done, he's out there on stand number 3. We have the Donegal man, Aaron McGee, up and around the back of the head he goes now. Drops down into that first shoulder, down into the long blows. He's good shearing sheep here today at Balmoral show. Stepping over with the right. The open heats, shearing for a place in the semi-final. Cleans off that cheek. Down to the shoulder he comes. Just about to step back with the left now. And roll the handpiece underneath that shoulder. Down he comes, down the last side. Down the money side of the sheep for Aaron McGee. Down and out the back leg he goes now. About 4 more blows, he'll be finished. If that sheep would just sit for another couple of seconds. But the sheep is not cooperating with Aaron at the minute. Out the back leg he goes now. Another 2 blows left for Aaron McGee there. Out the back leg he goes. And his time is taken. Put your hands together for our Open competitors there. Well done. So you'll just see a couple of sheep being shorn off, belong to that mob, so they can go directly back onto the truck to get back to the farm. So that's just what's happening at the moment. And I believe our next competition will be wool handling.
Okay, just to let everybody know that we are going well this morning. We are going to start ahead of the scheduled time. So we will be starting the novice wool handling at 10 o'clock on the dot, Jared says. So we will be starting the wool handling, the novice wool handling will be starting at 10 a.m., not 10:30.
Christy.
Okay, I've just been handed the results of the open heats. The top qualifier into the semi-final, Matt Smith, Richard Jones, Tom Perry, Hugh DeLacy, Dylan Jones, Jack Robinson, Callum Shaw, Ivan Scott, Gwion Evans, Hamish Mitchell, Robert Davidson, and the last man into that semi was Graham Davidson. The unlucky next man in was Dennis O'Sullivan. So Matt Smith, Richard Jones, Tom Perry, Hugh DeLacy, Dylan Jones, Jack Robinson, Callum Shaw, Ivan Scott, Gwion Evans, Hamish Mitchell, Robert Davidson, Graham Davidson will be in the open semi-final, which will be taking place at 11:30. We're now going to move on a little bit earlier than scheduled with the novice wool handling. The first heat of the novice wool handling will be Camilla Quinteros, Jessica Marwick, and Hazel Crow. Heat 2 will be Stephen Wilson, Beth Logan, Emily Gould. Heat 3 will be Jessica McConnell, Madison Rafferty, Fiona Butler. And heat number 4 will be Victoria Coulter and Adriana Coulter. So if you can be ready to go, wool handlers. But heat 1, when you're ready, and if our wool handling judges can be ready to go, we are aiming to start very soon. But the first heat of the novice wool handling will be Camilla Quinteros, Jessica Marwick, and Hazel Crow.
A special announcement there for open wool handlers. There is 69 sheep for the open wool handling. We need 60, and we need the open wool handlers down the back to pick off those 9 sheep. And that means the sheep that comes into the pen, you must use them for the wool handling competition. It's in your own hands. Down the back, pick off 9 sheep, and then you have the 60 sheep you need for the open wool handling heats. Okay, I think the scene is set. We can introduce our judges for the novice wool handling. We're due to get going 2 minutes ago, so it's time to have our judges on the board. Wool handling judges for the board, please. We have Peter Webber, Richard Schofield, John Ivor, and Andy Rankin. Judging out the back will be Davy O'Neill, Seamus Kelly, Colin Crowe, and the oddments will be Brian McGatty. The referee will be Gerard Kelly. This novice wool handling, the wool handlers will look after 3 fleeces. And it's all about the presentation of wool, presenting wool properly, looking after wool properly.
Okay then, we're ready to go. Our judges are in position, the shearers are in position. So could we have our novice wool handlers up to the boards? Hazel Crow to table number 3, Jessica Marwick to table number 2, and Camilla Quinteros to table number 1. All the way from Chile there on table number 1. Great to see these international competitors. I know that Camilla will be representing her country at the World Championships. And Hazel Crow down here on table number 3. I believe she will be representing the Republic of Ireland at the World Championships as well.
So you'll see these wool handlers now, they'll place their oddment bins, the fleece baskets where it's most suitable for them. They cannot engage with the shearer until the first belly wool is thrown clear. And we'll have the shearers on 1, 3 and 5 will be out with their first of their 2 sheep. And once they step up the neck, the shearers on 2, 4 and 6, they'll come out with their second sheep. At that stage, the wool handler will be looking after 2 competitors. A big thing in the throwing of the fleece, the belly wool must go into the same fleece. Once the competition starts, we won't be mentioning anything about that. And the shearers will keep up the same pace right through for each heat. So it's a great spectacle. It's all about the presentation of wool, looking after wool properly, one of our great natural products. Once we get the thumbs up from our referee, yes, we've got that. The scene is set. We're just about to get ready very shortly on the way with the first heat of a novice wool handler. So the judges will also check before it starts to make sure the table is clean and there won't be any contamination of wool. It's being fair to all the competitors. So we are very close to being ready to get underway with the first heat of the novice wool handling. Okay, the scene is set. Our judges are ready, competitors ready, shearers go. On stands 1, 3 and 5, out you come with the first of the 3 sheep that these wool handlers are going to look after. So, and it's very different than the shearing. The wool handler is only against the clock when the shearers are finished. That's when they're against the clock. Now we see the belly wool is off the first of the sheep and the wool handlers can engage. So we see what to do with the belly wool. The pressure only comes on when they go to lift that first fleece and the second shearer comes out. So shearers try, keep an eye up and keep in order, please. So it won't be that long at all till we see the first fleece being lifted. You'll see the wool handler preparing that fleece for throwing. If they can get that throw on the table from breech to neck, that's so important. Much easier said than done from down here, but that's what our wool handlers are doing. This is a good competition about the presentation of wool, looking after wool properly. Yep, and it's on limited oddments for our judges judging out there at the moment. We'll give you more information as it goes along. Shearers, keep it pushed on there a bit, Monty. Just watch it, keep it going, try and keep it as even as you possibly can. Make these wool handlers work. It won't be long till we'll have the first fleece and the first throw. Will be coming up very shortly. Will it be table 1, table 2 or table 3? It looks like it's going to be table 1. A good throw there on table number 1. Now we're going to throw on table number 2 and 3. And Hazel, a good throw there from Hazel on table number 3. And a pretty good throw on table number 2 as well, Q. It's all going here now. They can get those throws right. It's so important.
Yeah, some good throws, but now the workload is on, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to have to start the shift. Camila Quinteros from Chile there on table number 1 has got the roll up halfway through, keeping an eye on that shearer. Oh, she just took her eye away to the shearing board. Hazel there is back to the roll up. She didn't miss anything. So the second shearers now will step into the pen. They're only handling 3 fleeces. So that means the pressure won't be too bad. On to the second fleece they'll go now then. Ready for the next throws. Up the table comes Camila Quinteros. A good throw there from Camila. Where's Hazel? Hazel's gathering up that fleece. Jess Marwick. She's probably regretting that last gin last night. Into that tray goes Jess Marwick, and now she's on to the gather up for the second throw. Hazel had a very good throw. I think she won this competition last year. And up the table comes Jessica Marwick. Belly wool goes in. So the shearers are coming down the last side. The shearers are putting pressure on these wool handlers. The time will start when that shearer finishes. So the time will start on 1, 2 now. Time will start on 3 now. Into the pen go the shearers. So now the time is ticking away, George.
Yes, now the bit of pressure for the first minute. It's 1 in 10, and thereafter it's 1 in 5. Hazel with a final throw. A big fleece there and a good throw. She managed it well. The judges can't take anything off till she released the free. A good throw from Jessica there on table number 3. The same with Camille on table number 1. The roll up is on. They have skirted around the fleece to make sure everything is in there. And very soon they'll pick up their brooms then, and the clean up will be on. If they're not happy with the judge, they might give them a quick reminder there with the broom on the shin. So the judge has to stand well back. For fleece from Jessica, into the fleece basket it goes. The final roll up and tuck in there. Wood, Hazel on table 3 and Camille on table number 1 is on. The clean up is already happening with Jessica there. And they're racing, they're running. They'll get it back to their oddment bins. Then they'll sort it out into the oddment bins. And of course, if the good wool in there where it shouldn't be, they'll be penalised. The pressure is on. The seconds are counting. Keep it going there, ladies. She's done a brilliant job. The first he had the novice wool handling. Hazel goes for the big broom. A lot more reach. The school teacher there on table number 3. Under the table goes Camilla on table number 1. Jessica on table number 3. Come on, keep it going. The seconds are counting. Every second counts. The clock won't wait for anybody. Keep it going. This is a great spectacle. They'll get down on one knee very shortly and sort it into the different oddment bins. Wants to put the hand up, which has happened with Jessica. Put your hands together on table number 2. Jessica's time is taken. We've Camille on 1. We've Hazel on 2 now. They'll sort it into the different oddment bins. Who is it going to be next? Yes, and Camilla is out there on table number 1. Hazel, the teacher, on table number 3. She's a perfectionist. She wants to get it right. Leave nothing there for the judges. And she puts up the hand. Put your hands together for the first heat of the novice wool handling. Well done. So now our oddment bins, our fleeces will be taken away to the table judging, and that's where the competition can be won and lost, just at the right hand side of the shearing stand. And very soon the wool handler can go to the judge and check their score, and they can ask a question if they're not happy or why or what, and the judge will give them their answer. He won't have taken off anything if it didn't need to come off, so it's a good spectacle here. This is all about the presentation of wool, looking after wool properly, one of our great natural products. And of course the score now will be taken down from our board judges. We'll have going along there and take the scores down. And we will have our next 3 competitors getting ready to come on, so they'll do a clean up. We don't want to delay any time here. We have a very big day here today with a lot of open wool handling competitors, and then we have the open semi-finals and all those big finals. So a very big day here, Hugh.
Yeah, it's going to be a good day of competition, George. In this, the build-up, of course, to those World Championships that will be taking place at the Royal Highland in June, where over 30 countries will be represented by the best wool handlers, blade shearers and machine shearers in the world, all vying to win those championships. We will have of course, the open machine shearing. Richard Jones, the current world champion, will be fighting hard to retain that title. So too will Alan Oldfield with the blade shearing. He's going to be scrapping hard. But there will be a new world wool handling champion, because Alan Jones has retired from competitive wool handling. So there will be a new world wool handling champion, whatever happens, George.
So he won the World Championship and then he went into retirement. But I think he's taken up the handpiece in a big way now. So, yes, of course, a very, very, very busy year in the shearing world and the wool handling world with the World Championships in Scotland now in June. So there'll be a big movement of competitors from all over the world, with between 30 and 40 countries taking part in the Golden Shears World Championships in Edinburgh.
Yeah, great to see the Norwegian team have turned up. Jonathan Hackle and Anna Leda, I can see them walking in. So we're going to see a lot more of these world competitors. And it's great to see the camaraderie between them all. We're all best of friends off the boards and biggest enemies on it for the duration of that competition. So yeah, a very warm welcome to the Norwegian team. And we will be underway with this second heat very, very shortly, George.
Yes, very shortly now we'll be ready to introduce our competitors up onto the stands for heat number 2 of the novice wool handling. Yeah.
Okay, so if we could have Emily Gould to table number 3 from down there in Devon, but spending a lot of time in North Wales. And then we got Beth Logan. Fiver Tree is coming up on the table number 2. She was drinking a lot of Fiver Tree yesterday and the day before. Looks like she's really enjoying life this morning. And then we got Stephen Wilson up there on table number 1. We've seen Stephen for a few years now here at the Royal Ulster. And he looks like he means business there, George.
Yes, so another good lineup here for heat number 2 of the novice wool handling. So you'll see they've been helped out there to get the clean up, getting prepared, getting ready for this. They will have to do the clean up. The area on the stage for the wool handlers in table 1, table 2 and table 3 is marked off, so they only can have their wool in that designated area. And that's the area. If they do put wool into another competitor's area, they will be penalised for that. And the stage is equally marked. That's the areas have. You can have a quick look at your sheep wool handlers if you want, but we're ready to get underway in seconds. Put your fleece baskets and oddbed bins, place them where you think is more suitable for yourself. If you want to have a quick look at your sheep, you can point out to the shearer what sheep you want first.
Well, I've just been asked by Di Clark from Les Mahago Show to remind everybody once again that the entries for Les Mahago will close tonight. So if anybody would like to enter the shearing at Les Mahago Show on the 27th or 28th of May, to give Di Clark a shout. Bombard him with messages because he's been bombarding me.
Okay, we've got the thumbs up. We are ready to get underway with heat 2 of the novice wool handling. Judges, are you ready? Wool handlers, just a second there. We'll give, to be fair to our wool handlers, Emily decided she needed her fleece baskets right. She's checked the counter, so she's happy. Okay. Everybody ready? Shearers, go! Out comes the shearers now with the first of their 2 sheep on stands 1, 3 and 5. When they step through and up the neck, we'll have the shearers on 2, 4 and 6. They'll come out with their sheep, and then the wool handlers will be looking after 2 sheep. They cannot engage with the shearer until the belly wool is thrown clear, and then they can engage, and at all times they must keep at least 1 foot on the floor. So that's all part of the rules, what the judges will be looking for. They'll show the fleece from breech to neck. Then they'll skirt around the fleece, put whatever needs to be in there in. What needs to be taken out should be taken out. And they will roll the fleece from breech to neck, and it's tucked in from the neck wool, not from the shoulder. And that's what our judges will be looking at, and the table judges will judge that then as well. So it's all happening here. Won't be too long now till we'll see the first throw on tables 1, 2 and 3. We've Stephen, we've Bate and Emily Gould on stable number 3. So keep it going there, shearers, keep it even, keep an eye up the board. Keep the more or less the same time for each heat, to be fair to all the wool handlers. So they're coming down the last side now together, so it's pretty even evens there on stands 1, 3 and 5. Once they finish that fleece, and then the wool handler will lift the fleece, but must have done a clean up before the shearer comes out with the next sheep, so there's no contamination. The first throw on table and number 2, a good throw on table number 2. Stephen, a good throw, and a good throw there on table number 3 as well. So all good 3 throws here. They've got off to a good start. Now the pressure is on. They have to roll the fleece and keep an eye to the 2 shearers as well on what's happening. There is time, but it's all about managing your time properly up there. It seems to happen very fast, and it's about how you manage what you're doing up there. It's so important. If you can get that first fleece rolled before you have to go back, you're away. But they have to watch what the shearer is doing. It's all about the presentation of wool, presenting wool properly. Now the shearers on stands 1 and 2, they're just stepping in, and the shearers on their second sheep. So the wool handlers, if they're happy with the fleece, they will have to place that fleece in the fleece basket. We're going to see another throw very shortly on table number 1. Table number 2 has got it. Stephen has got it. Quite good throws there. We're watching another throw coming up here from Emily Hugh very shortly.
Yeah, so Emily gathering this up. A good throw up the table. She looked happy with that one as she's just sorting out the base of the fleece. Now she's on the roll. Beth Logan has been drinking that gin and fiver tree, and look at her go now. She's starting to run. Stephen Wilson on the roll up. He's going to put a bit of power into this roll. He'll try and get that rolled up nice, neat and compact like a sausage roll. He sends it away to be judged there on table number 1. And now the time has started. Now we're going to get serious. A cracking throw there from Beth Logan on table number 2. Stephen Wilson's gathering up. Emily Gould is gathering up. Stephen Wilson fires it up the table. Cracking throw from the young fella on table number 1. And a good throw again from Emily Gould on table number 3. So the final roll-up is completed for Beth. Now she's going to pick up that little short sweep for up on the top board. Then she'll pick up the long broom for the bottom. And now she's just reaching. All those little bits will come down. She sorts as she goes. That'll save a few seconds later on. So now then, Beth, underneath the table, all those little bits, all those short fibres of this fantastic wool is coming back towards those buckets. Beth Logan, Emily Gould is coming after her with a broom. Look at the sweeping going on. Beth is down, she goes out. Give her a round of applause. Stephen Wilson running round the table there on table number 1. Emily Gould, cool, calm and collected there on table number 3. Stephen is down and sorting. Stephen has got the last, and up goes Stephen's hand on table number 1. Emily Gould just sorts another bucket and out she goes. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Another cracking heat, George.
Yes, another very good heat there in the novice wool handling. So you can check your scores with the judge if you want to have a look at your score, Emily. Yeah, you can have a look there, no problem. And of course, a very good line-up and another very good heat to come. The novice wool handling, that presentation of wool, looking after the wool. One of our great natural products, the only product I know that will keep you warm in winter and cool in summer. And our scribe is going along, taking down the scores. And of course, the fleeces and oddment bins have gone over to the table judges to be sorted out and judged there. And then the baskets will come back now. We need the fleece baskets back for heat number 3 of the wool handling. There's a number of each table goes in the basket, so there's no mix-up or no mistakes. John Murphy looks very serious there at the moment, making sure this competition runs very smoothly. Okay, I think we can introduce our competitors up onto the stands for heat number 3 of the novice. So wool handlers, are you ready? Give a warm welcome on to table number 3, Fiona Butler. That's it. On table 2, Madison Rafferty. And on table number 1, it's Jessica McConnell. So they get up to have a quick chance. Wool handlers, if you want to have a quick look at the sheep, you can have a look and just tell the shearer which sheep you would like first on stands 1, 3 or 4. So now you'll see the wool handlers will do a final clean up there, because the judges will check before the start. If there's any bits of wool there, they will be penalised. Credit card size. It's all about no contamination with the wool. That's the same. Before the shearer comes out with the second sheep, the wool bundler must have cleaned up that area, so there's no contamination with the wool. You see him placing the belly wool at the different legs of the table, and the belly wool must go back, if it's suitable, into that fleece. So we have the fleece baskets and the oddment bins placed ready, I think. Now they're just having a quick look at the sheep, and then we will be ready to get underway with heat number 3 of the novice wool handling. A final check there. Fina Butler there, coming back down, will be ready very, very shortly. Yes, a final check. Yep. And once you get the thumbs up from a referee, we will be ready to get underway. Chair is our board referee. Yes, I think we've got the thumbs up there. So the scene is set. We are ready to get underway with the third heat of the novice wool landing. Our judges are ready. Competitors ready. Shearers go. Out they come, the very same routine each time. This is what these wool handlers will be doing in the shed all day, every day. Sometimes they might end up looking after 3 or 4 shearers, but it's a very, very important job. The benefit they can add to the wool, the presentation of the wool, it's all about trying to get more money for the wool, looking after this great product properly. So now they couldn't engage with the shearer till the belly wool was thrown clear, but they're involved now, and once they step up the neck, you'll see the shearers on the other 3 stands out with their sheep. So now each wool handler is looking after 2 shearers.
Yeah, so the shearers are looking after themselves. They're looking up and down the board. Just slow down a bit on one. Just cut a bit of air down there on one. Speed up half. So already then these wool handlers are there ready and waiting. Jessica McConnell, she's been one of our resident wool handlers all week. Madison Rafferty, she had a go at the novice at the women's shearing yesterday on table number 2. And then we got Fina Butler at only 13 years of age having a go in the novice wool handling. And down the last side come the shearers. The wool handlers are ready with this first fleece, ready for the big throws. Jessica McConnell, cracking throw again from Madison. So the judges are looking to make sure, and a cracking throw from the 13-year-old. Fina Butler there on table number 3. Now she just looks over her shoulder. Now she's running round the table. So is Madison Rafferty. They just keep an eye on the shearers. They don't want to miss any of those crutches. So Fina there on the roll-up. Madison on the roll-up. Jessica McConnell already done the roll-up. Look at them go now. They're just keeping an eye all the time on the roll they go. Cracking wool handling here from these novices.
Yes, extremely good. Doing a lovely job here. Now we're going to watch another throw on table number 1. Another lovely throw there from Jessica on table number 1. Fina Butler, her flush fleece gone into the basket. A cracking throw again on table from Madison on table number 2. And on table number 3 with Fina Butler now. She's going to preparing her second fleece, making sure she gets it right. If she can get this throw right, it makes all the difference. She's setting up her fleece now, picking it up. And it looks like, yes, a lovely throw there on table number 3. It's all on here now. And once the shearers finished, you're against the clock. Every second counts. A quick skirt around the fleece, a quick look, tuck into each side, and the roll up is on. The roll up is finished on tables 1, on table 2, and Fianna Butler doing a really good job on that fleece, really good there. She'll tuck in the neck wool now. She doesn't have to worry about the shearer. Into the basket it goes, and she's back, checking the table, and she's back up to pick up her third and final fleece. The shears are finished. A brilliant throw on table 1, table 2. The final throw coming up on table number 3 for Fianna Butler. The novice wool handling prepares the fleece for pick up. Yes, gets it right. Watch this for a throw. Another cracking throw there on table number 3 from Fianna Butler. She's got the throw perfect there. Come on, every second counts, wool handlers. And the time will only finish when they hold their broom or their hand up, when they put the oddments into the final baskets at the end. Now the roll up is on. Not a lot between any of the wool handlers here. Just a couple of seconds in it. Who can make up that time? Now the brooms are out on table 1, table 2. The final fleece got into the basket there for Fianna Butler on table 3. She's using the small broom. Very shortly she'll pick up the big broom and she'll give the judges a little tap on the shins if they're in their way. The oddments over to the oddment bins. They'll sort them out and go in. Finn Butler making that broom go. Keep it going there, ladies. It's all about time at the moment and keeping it right. Get your oddments sorted into the right bins, making sure there's no good wool in there, that they're not mixed up. Get them right so you don't give any opportunity to our table judges to take points off. Yes, and it's Jessica's already out there on table number 1. Well done. Now the final tidy up is on with Fianna Butler and Madison there. 1 and 2, tables 2 and 3 now. It's table who's going to put. Yes, and the Fianna Butler is out there on table number 3. Out goes Madison on table number 2. Put your hands together for another very good heat of the novice wool handling. So we've one more heat now of the novice wool handling. We just need to wait till we get our oddment bins and fleece baskets away, so there's no mix-up. It's quite a busy schedule over there for our table judges. They have to open up the fleeces to check that the belly wool is in at the breech end, that it wasn't contaminated or wet, that it's suitable to be in there. The first thing to look for is secure, tucked in and secure. And then the presentation, if there's any of the outside staples shown, it will be penalised open hand style. So we've just two competitors in the second. Shearers, we have another heat there, so shearers don't run away. The shearers are shearing for the wool handling. You won't be getting your money yet, you're still shearing. So we need you up on the stands again. So the shearers, you may climb those steps again, please. Just this final heat in the novice wool handling. And we have the shearers on the way up again. So we need the same shearers on the stands again. So the shears up onto their same stance again, so it's the same for all wool handlers. Up there, shears. We're waiting on you, shears. Those shears that we're shearing for the novice wool landing, we still need you there. There's one heat to go. And this will be the final heat of the novice. So we just need the 4 shearers on stands 1, 2, 3 and 4. I know we have Graham there and he's on stand number 4. Have we a shearer on stand number 1? Yes. Number 2, yes. Have we a shearer on stand number 3? No. We need one more shearer on stand number 3 immediately, please. One more shearer on stand number 3. There must be a shearer there that was there before. Okay, we will have a shearer in just a second. There is a shearer on the way, and he's no stranger to this stage. Yeah, so Willie has stepped in there. Okay, if we can introduce our 2 wool handlers onto the steps. It's Andreina Coulter there on the table number 2. Take your stand, please. And Victoria on to table number 1. Okay, so a quick check there if you want to have a quick look at your sheep. Tidy up, just sort out your oddment bins and your fleece baskets, please. If you want to have a quick look at your sheep, you can. And if you're happy enough, there's no problem. I think there's somebody, yes, she is going to check her sheep now. They can, it won't matter about the single sheep because that sheep you have to take, it's which sheep you want first or second on stands 1 or 3. Okay, we've got the thumbs up. Easy. Yeah. Okay, the scene is set. Judges, are you ready? Wool handlers ready. Shearers go. Out comes the shearers on stands 1 and 3. Once they step up the neck, the shearers on 2 and 4 will come out with their second sheep. So it'll be the same pace these shearers will keep up. Now, just to keep these wool handlers going and to make it a fair competition, once the belly wool is thrown clear, then the wool handlers can engage. So, the final heat of the novice wool handling. Way to go there. So, very shortly now, wants to step up the neck. We'll see the shearers on 2 and 4. They'll come out with their sheep. And the step up is on. Okay, shearers keep it going there. Out they come. So now the wool handlers have to keep an eye on 2 shearers. And once that first fleece is finished, we'll see the first throw. That's not going to take too long. As the shearers on stands 1 and 3 step over together. Keeping it going, keeping it even there. Now the wool handlers will be watching. They're hoping to get that second crutch done before they have to pick up their first fleece, which is going to happen. You'll see them going back to the oddment bins with what they think shouldn't be in the fleece. Different bits of broken wool. Now they're preparing the first fleece of the first throw here. So we'll see the first throw in seconds. And it's going to happen on table number 1. Yes, quite a good throw there, a big fleece. On table number 2. Yes, another good throw there, Q, on table number 2.
Yeah, so the two sisters, I believe, are really going for it now. They've been our wool handlers all through the competitions. So they've had a little bit of practice over the last few days. So on the roll up now then is Victoria Coulter. Adriana Coulter's on the roll up as well. Rolling this handpiece. The shearers, they're about to go into the pen because they finished their work. The wool handlers looked over their shoulders. They're back up there not to miss anything. Rolling the fleece, there is Adriana Coulter, but already Victoria's on the throw. She's not messing round. She's wrapping that wool as hard as she can go. Adriana Coulter is on the roll up as well, getting underway. She looked over her shoulder to see how much wool is left there. She can see that she's ready for the next fleece. Victoria is rolling up towards the neck as the shearers just hold back, Stu. Willie Jones is turning, so now the wool handlers, because the time doesn't start until those shearers finishes. When the shearer finishes, that's when the clock starts ticking. Adriana on the roll up of her second fleece, but Victoria is there waiting for that third fleece to come off. They wrap up. Now they're ready for that third and final fleece. The shearers finish together. The sheep will go into the portal. The shearers will go into the pen. A big throw there from Victoria. Adriana just gathers that fleece correctly and she'll have a big throw coming up. Up the table comes a big loose fleece there, George. And she just starts to roll straight away.
Yes, the roll is on there now, so the pressure's on there against the clock. Every second counts there. It's the two sisters here as they operate on table 1 and table 2. The final heat of the novice wool handling. Come on, keep it going, wool handlers. Every second counts, but I know you don't want any mistakes. Make sure everything is right. The roll up is just completed there on table number 1 by Victoria. She goes back, checks the table, picks up the long broom, and of course we have some other wool handlers here. We'll be doing a check on them, and if they want to, they might be giving them a little shout or not on what to do or what not to do as well. On table number 2 here, the neck wool is tucked in. Fleece basket goes into. Now we're checking. We pick up the small broom, clean off the shearing area. And away to go. Pick up the big broom, she's told. Get it moving. Faster and faster, she's told. There's someone shouting, there's someone directing. Come on, keep those brooms going. Don't mind the judges. Yes, the table gets a good shake as well. The judge needs to be careful because the same thing could happen to the judge very shortly. And away to go. Come on, give me a bit of support. It's the final heat of the novice wool handling. Away to go under the table now and keep that brooms going. A very pink broom here on table number 2, a different coloured broom on table number 1. Down on the knees on table number 1. Whose hand is going to go up first? And it looks like it's Victoria on table number 1. Put your hands together for her. Now we have some prayers being said here on table number 2 for Adriana, and she's sorting it out. She doesn't leave anything for the judges here, and very soon the hand will go up. She's doing a final check, leaving nothing there for the judges. Swiftling around there. Put their hands together for the novice wool handlers. Well done. So now you see the wool handlers going over and they're saying, Mr. Judge, what was that for? What did I get there? No, I didn't do that. And the judges have all the answers. Our next competition will be the open wool handling. And we have a very good lineup of open wool handlers. Our table judges are still working hard over there. We have a very good lineup. 4 heats in the open wool handling. Just a special announcement there, to be fair to the open shearers, they need to be getting ready for the open semi-finals. So could some of the shearers that didn't make the semis shear for the open wool handling, please? I'll just announce the names, and we need 6 shearers. You have Dennis O'Sullivan there, Stuart Connor, Archie Patterson, Ian Jones, Ryan McLean, Heaven Rowlands, Alice Watson, Alex Butler, Aaron McGee, and Daniel Creer. So if any of those 6 can shear for the open wool handling, to be fair to the open shearing semi-finalists, they need to be getting ready for their competition. So some 6 shearers from the loosened semis, if they can come and help out, please. It's not too difficult to work, and it just keeps the show going, and we can't really expect our open shearers to be coming up and shearing when they need to be getting ready for the open semi-finals. So we'll give you about 2 minutes there to get ready, get your handpieces ready, and don't be afraid to come up and help out there. I do see an open shearer coming up there, is in the semi-final. He's quite happy to do it, and we're very grateful for that. So, come on, shearers. The shearers are going to shear for the wool handling. We shouldn't have to be asking. You should hop up there and do it. It's all part of the show and part of the team. So have we got our 6 shearers? I know we've 1 and 2 and 4. We've shearers there. I think we need 3 more shearers, please. We've our wool handlers there ready. I think we need 3 more shearers. Okay, shearers, can I see you on the stand so we know, do we have a shearer on each stand? I know we have a shearer on stand number 2. He is shearing in the open semi-final, but he's still prepared to do it. Okay, shearers, there must be another 3 shearers around. I think we have 3 already. We need 3 more. Our wool handlers are waiting ready. And we've already a shearer or 2 that he's in the open semi. They're up there quite willing to shear. So we do need 3 more shearers immediately, please. Yeah, I think we have another one. Somebody's after putting up a hand there for me. Yeah, I think Heaven is going to... Yeah, he's heading up as well. Well done. And a big thank you to all our resident shearers to come and shear for the wool handlers. They're part of the team. So we have Heaven Rowlands there. He's coming up now and he's jumping on. Willie Jones is coming up. I think Archie... Yeah, well done. And a big thank you to all our shearers there. Come on, put your hands together for all them shearers that's coming up to shear for the wool handling. That's it. Yes, they're doing it to keep the competition going, and it's part of the whole show of wool handling and shearing. It's a team effort, and they all work together. Jared, Brendan. 5. And they're going to be looking after 5 fleeces. And you will be wool handling for a place in the semi-final. That's the information I have been given, and I'm sure that still stands. So you will be shearing or wool handling for a place in the open wool handling semi-final. 5 fleeces each. We have the names up, and we're going to introduce the first 3 competitors up onto their stands, please, if you're ready there, wool handlers. Give a warm welcome onto table number 3, Rachel Murphy. On to table number 2 is Caithan Bell. Isal Scholl will be on table 1. So it's Eilish Shaw there on table number 1. Our wool handlers will do a quick check now under the tables. They'll place their fleece baskets, which is 5 this time, and the oddment bins, and then we're ready to get underway with the first of the open heats. So a good line up here of open wool handlers. We have 4 heats. They have 60 fleeces to look after. It'll all happen quite quickly. We have our same judges up there. And of course the wool handlers, if you want to have a quick look at their sheep, you can do so. Now they've already picked out the sheep, so they can't change them, but they might want to tell the shearer which sheep they want last or first. And John Murphy just walking along there, doing the final check, and he's very, very serious looking today. I wonder why. Okay, wool handlers, when you're ready, we are ready. I know we're waiting for... We have the fleece baskets there for table number 2. And you'll see the wool handlers place their broom in under the table, wherever is more suitable. Now they're going to place their fleece baskets. Usually, as you look up on the left-hand side of the wool handling table, that's what's more suitable for most wool handlers. But there can be very different ideas. So now the fleece baskets are being placed. Some of the wool handlers are up having a look at the sheep. So once the wool handlers come back down and we get the thumbs up from our referee, ready to get underway. Yeah, there is a pen man needed in all pens this time because there's more than one sheep and there is always a risk of a sheep jumping out. We don't want any accidents. So they have sorted their sheep, but they can decide on what sheep they want first or last. Okay, we've got the thumbs up from our referee. The scene is set. We are just ready to go underway with the first heat of the open wool handling. Our judges are ready. Competitors ready. Shearers go. So we have the shearers on 1, 3 and 5 out with the first of their 3 sheep. And once they step up the neck, we have the shearers on stands 2, 4 and 6. They'll come out with the first of their 2 sheep. So 5 fleeces this time, a lot more pressure. We'll be looking at these sheep to be shortened in about a minute. So the shearers know, make these wool handlers work. That's what they do every day. So they have to manage their time up there and they won't have much time. That's it, shearers, keep it going there, keep it going, Heaven. Up the neck, and now we see the other shearers coming out. And Heaven, yeah, keep it going there. So this is the pace that will be used for all the heats. It's the same for everybody. Just maybe slow a little bit there. Q or on stand number 1, the shearing, the same Willie. Keep it going there, Heaven, push it on. Get in a few quick blows if you can. He might have a more difficult sheep. Okay, the shears on 1 and 3, just slow it down a little bit, please. Just bring a couple of dummy blows. Keep it pushed on there, Heaven, as much as you can. If you can put in a few real fast blows there, do. Okay, shears, we can't wait. You may let them go. Heaven will make it all still happen. Keep it going there. Push down the last side. The first throw there on table number 2 on table number 1. Good throws there, Q.
Yeah, good throws. So Rachel Murphy then, the Northern Ireland team member, just flicked that effortlessly up the table. Made that look so easy. Isla Shaw from up there in Scotland is on table number 1. She rolls that fleece. Look at that for neat and compact. Like a sausage roll. Puts it into the basket to be judged. Caitlin Bell. Little Rachel Murphy up here on table number 3. She's like the whirlwind. Up the table, that goes another cracking throw. What's Isla Shaw come? Up the table for Isla, a cracking throw from Isla. Caitlin Bell gathers that fleece. Up the table for Caitlin. In and out go these shearers. They're putting a pressure on these wool handlers. Isla Shaw puts the belly wool in, starts to roll. Rachel Murphy has already done it. Rachel Murphy's on the neckband. She just tucks in a little bit of that dirty outside wool. Bang at the table from Rachel. She says, come on, you the rest of you. Hurry up. Isla Shaw back to the board. Oh, Caitlin Bell's looking over her shoulder. She's working down in the south of England. Getting a suntan. The wool sent away to be judged. She's back to the board. Not missing anything, these wool handlers, George.
Yes, very much so. Now we're going to look at another throw very quickly. Going to happen here. Who's going to pick up that fleece first? It looks like Caitlin on table number 2. It is a beautiful throw there on table number 2. Table number 1, I said there, another great throw. And Rachel Murphy now about to pick up her second fleece. And a good throw there. So the judges won't get anything off of those throws, that's for sure. Really good throws. The roll up already happening there with Isla on table number 1. She's about to go in that neck wool, the same with Caitlin here on table number 2. Rachel Murphy just getting the finishing touches. They have to watch what's going on behind them as well. The pressure is on. Shearers, keep them working there. This is what it's all about. Keep the pressure on. This is what they'll do in the sheds all day, every day. So the second fleece rolled up. Just the finishing touches going in. Isella there on table number 1. Isla now, she has got that fleece in. And they'll move it around. They have to manage the time really efficiently up here. We'll have another fleece being thrown now in just a couple of seconds. And it's Isla Days. Another beautiful throw there on table number 1. Equally as good on table number 2. And Rachel Murphy about to pick up her third fleece. And equally good on table number 3, Hugh.
Yeah, nothing splitting these competitors. Very, very accomplished wool handlers. So roll up time for Caitlin Bell. She's got that fleece as tight as she can get it. Where's Isla Shaw? She's on the roll up. Rachel Murphy is like a lean, mean baling machine. She's into the back to the board. She's just been there, done that. Now she's just keeping an eye. She says, come on, Shearer, hurry up. Caitlin Bell cleans the board. Isla cleans the board. Rachel Murphy, she's saying, come on, will you hurry up? I'm raring to go. Into the pen go the Shearers. Big throw from Isla. Big throw coming up here for Rachel when that Shearer finishes. So Rachel's time starts now. Caitlin's on the roll. Isla's on the roll. Who's going to be the first to put that fleece to be judged? It's going to be close. Isla's on the neckband. Caitlin's on the neckband, but Rachel Murphy's already done it. She's very quick on that roll, I can tell you. Who's going to be the next one then? Caitlin tucks the neckband in, so does Isla. The broom is already under the table from Rachel Murphy, the Northern Ireland team member. She's got all those little bits of wool working their way back towards those baskets. Caitlin's on the broom, Isla's on the broom, Rachel's down on her hands and knees. Rachel Murphy is down and sorting. Rachel Murphy, she goes out there on table number 3.
Yes, and away to go now. It's Isla there on table number 1. Caitlin on table number 2. Come on, the judges have to watch out, make those brooms grow, and every second counts. Down to get on one knee to sort out the oddments. Isla there on table number 1. Caitlin on table number 2. Who's going to pop the hand next? Very little in it. Yes, and it's Isla there on table number 1. Caitlin is out. Put your hands together for the first heat of the open wool handling. Great wool handling here. Wool handlers can check with their judges, and they've no problem asking, and the judges will show them what they've taken off. And we will very shortly be ready for heat number 2. Another good line up here. So we'll just wait for the oddment bins to be taken away. Then we'll have the fleece baskets and sorted out, and we'll be ready to get underway with heat number 2 of the open wool handling. So we'll have Penny Bell on table number 3, Rosie Keegan on table number 2, and Jane Hartness Bones on table number 1. They're up there, they're ready to go. These are going to be ready quite quickly, so we'll be underway with heat number 2. As soon as we've fleece baskets ready, we'll be ready to get underway. There's no time going to be lost here. We've 3 very serious competitors up here this time. Plenty of experience. They're doing a final clean-up under the table. Now this helper has come in as well to make it happen much quicker. The oddments trays will go there. The fleece baskets with the numbers will go into them, so there can be no mix-up or no mistakes. And all the time our table judges are working very, very hard over there at the right-hand side as you look up of the shearing stand.
Yeah, so as soon as we get a thumbs up from our referee, we will be underway. We'll try and get going as fast as we can in between the heats, because when we get to the World Championships, there's going to be about 60 wool handlers to get through. And a tight tight time schedule. So if we can get that going all through these competitions throughout the year, it'll put us in good stead, George.
Yes, very much so. So see Rosie there with her fleece baskets, making sure there's nothing in there that's going to contaminate that fleece. Very, very serious looking, some of these wool handlers.
Oh, I tell you, it gets serious now. And you can see they even shake out the buckets in between to make sure that they can't be penalised from a previous competitor.
Almost playing music there with the oddment bins. Now the wool handlers can have a quick look at their sheep, and once they've done that and placed their baskets, we're ready to get underway with heat number 2 of the open wool handling. They can't change any sheep, but they certainly can say what sheep they want first or what sheep they might like last. Because there may be a fleece slightly more open, more difficult to throw, so they can make that decision where's the best place to have that. And they can tell the shearer where they want the belly wool thrown. But they cannot engage until that belly wool is thrown clear. Once we have the wool handlers back down, we've got the thumbs up. So wool handlers, we need you on your stands, please. Rosie there doing a final check. Okay, we're ready. As soon as you're ready, Rosie, we're ready to get underway. Okay, Rosie, we're ready. The scene is set. Our judges are ready. Wool handlers ready. Shearers go. So now we have the shearers on 1, 3 and 5 out there with the first of their 3 sheep, and away they go. Keep the same pressure up as in heat number 1. Second heat of the open wool handling. A big thank you to all our sponsors, Lucky Day, all big sponsors here of the open wool handling at Balmoral Show 2023. And Heaven there, he's keeping it going. He's going to make him work this time. Try and keep it even as you can there, shearers. Put your eye up and down along the stage the odd time. Heaven, you've really got off to a flyer this time. Just keep an eye out there. You got the opposite sheep than the first time, that's for sure. He was taken off. And very soon now we have the wool handlers engaged.
Hold on, Hev. Hold on, Hev. Look up the board, Heaven. So the wool handlers now then have got all that belly wool at the right leg of these tables. They're ready, they're gathering up the first fleeces. Up the table, cracking throw from Penny Bell. Good throw from Rosie Keenan. What's Jane Harkness Bones got? Bigger fleece from Jane there. Up the table for wee Jane. Cracking throws from these wool handlers. This is going to be a hell of a competition between all these shearers. Oh, the crutch wool being sorted out with all these 3 now then. And they're starting on the roll-up. Jane Harkness Bones tucks in the neckband. Penny Bell tucks in the neckband. Rosie Keenan is rolling away. Oh, big bang on the table there from Jane. Bang on the table from Penny. They're working all the time. Belly wool at the legs of the table. Fleece is ready to be sent to be judged by our wool handlers. The shearers are coming down the last side. Who's going to be the next to pick up a fleece to be thrown, because the shearers are pretty much turning together. Make sure you look, shearers. We want you together. Big throw coming up from Jane Harkness Bones, and a cracking throw there. A big throw coming up from Penny and from Rosie Keenan. Out comes the shearer again on stand 2. Good throw from Penny. Cracking throw from Rosie. They're on the roll-up. You watch these wool handlers. They're looking over their shoulder all the time. Rosie Keenan then's rolling away. Penny Bell's rolling. Jane Harkness Bone is tucking that neckband in. She has a quick look, sends it away to be judged. Rosie and Penny are tucking in together. Quick run around the table and they're back to the board, George.
Yes, very, very quickly there now. And the shears are coming out. And it's Rosie with another very good throw there. Jane had a good throw. And we're going to watch with Penny here now. She picks up and prepares that fleece on table number 3. If the fleece is not ready, there's many other things she can do. And Penny, oh, what a throw there on table number 3 from Penny. It's all on here now. Second heat of the open, wool handling, and away they go. Who's going to get to the roll up? Jane is on the roll up there on table number 1. Penny goes back to roll up on table number 3. And Rosie is back there as well to make sure they'll not let the judges get handing you off if they happen to miss handing on the stage. And Rosie hops on the table. Jane got that fleece into the fleece basket. Penny is right there as well. She's about to put that fleece into the fleece basket. Every fleece to get away takes the pressure off. Rosie has gone back there. She's not going to miss anything, and she wants to really do the 100% job on this fleece with Rosie there. Really took it in, totally neat and secure, leaving nothing for the judges to get off. Jane prepares for another throw. Penny is there. She's getting ready for another throw as well. Into the basket there from Rosie. That fleece very soon. We're going to see Jane picking up another fleece here. And Jane is about to throw on table number 1. And watch this. Yes, another brilliant throw there from Jane. Shearers keep it going there. Keep it even. Push it on. Make them work. Every second counts. Now we have Rosie and Penny. They're about to lift now. And Rosie. What a throw there from Rosie. What a throw from Penny, Hugh.
Yeah, so cracking wool handling from these very experienced competitors. Jane Harkness-Bones is not flossing her yin-yang today. She's on with a job now then. The shearers go into the pen, so the time has started. Last fleece being gathered from Jane. 1 left on the board for Rosie. 1 left on the board for Penny. They're rolling up. Jane Harkness-Bones has got a big looser fleece. What can she do? A good throw again. Rosie Keenan sends the wool. Penny Bell has a good throw again, and look at her just chucking all those weathered ends into the middle, so the good clean fleeces on the outside. Rosie's had a good throw as well. So now they're on the gather up. Rosie Keenan's just got 1 left to roll. Penny Bell is on the little short board sweep. Jane Harkness-Bones will be up onto that little board sweep. Penny Bell has really gone for the medal now as she's picked up the big broom underneath the table then for Penny Bell. All those little short bits will come from underneath the table back towards the oddments bucket. Jane Harkness-Bones is on the broom. Rosie Keenan's on the sweep. Now she's picking up that broom. They're going to work all these little bits back towards those oddment buckets. Penny Bell is getting towards the buckets. Jane Harkness-Bones is coming towards the buckets. Penny Bell is on 1 knee sorting. Jane is on 1 knee sorting. Who's going to be the first with a hand in the air? It's going to be Jane Harkness-Bones from Northern Ireland on table 1. Penny Bell and Rosie Keenan. What a heat that was, George.
Yes, that's the perfect heat. Not a second between them. So that's wool handling at its best. So brilliant to see. Okay. Heat number 2 complete, and we're ready for heat number 3. Once these oddment bins move off, we can have the wool handlers for heat number 3 onto their stands and getting ready. So 2 more heats to go. 2 more heats.
So again, another international lineup. We have Fionn Jones, will be representing Wales once again at World Championship level on table 1. Ellen Murphy from Northern Ireland on table number 2. And Anna Lera, originally from New Zealand, now residing in Norway on table number 3. Great to see the Norwegians over. Yeah, I know you're from New Zealand. You now live in Norway. You'll be judging for Norway. Do I have to remind you all of it? So Anna will be judging at the World Championships, and it's great to see her competing here on the boards. So the Norwegian team are going to be traveling around a lot of our shows.
So this is the second last heat of the open wool handling. We have our wool handlers up there. Anna Lira, Ellen Murphy and Fionn Davis. So some of our wool handlers there are using their team and help to get everything prepared and get ready. So get that field clean up. You can have a quick look at your sheep wool handlers if you want. And right after that, as soon as we've everything there ready to get underway. So the Murphy sisters here are working together. One with the broom and one with the camera. A really good combination. Anna Lira doing a final check there. Wool handlers, if you want to have a quick look at their sheep, you can. See some of our wool handlers, I think, are quite happy. Once we get the thumbs up from the referee, we're ready to move on with heat number 3 of the open wool handling. Okay, our referee is going back up and we've got the thumbs up. The scene is set. Okay, we are ready to get on the way with heat. Fionn will be just checking her sheep there with the shearer, exactly what she wants. Fiona's ready now. So our wool handlers back down, lined up, ready to get underway with the third heat of the open wool handling. Our judges are ready. Wool handlers ready. Shearers, go. Out comes our first 3 shears of the first of the 3 sheep. Again, 5 fleeces to be looked after. No engagement in the wool handler till the belly wool is thrown clear. So away to go. We have Fionn Davis, Ellen Murphy and Anna Lira there on table number 3. So away to go. And the shearers will keep it pushed on. Make these wool handlers work. As they will pick up their fleeces for the first throw once that sheep is finished. Now they've stepped up the neck and the shearers on the other 3 stands. They're out with the first of their 2 sheep. So the shearers are pushing on, keeping up that same speed for each heat to be fair to all the wool handlers. And of course, it's different. It's different than machine shearing. The wool handler is only against the clock when the shears are finished. But in between, they really have to manage their time very efficiently. Now, in the next 10 seconds or so, you'll see the wool handlers picking up the first of the 5 fleeces and throwing on the table. We're looking at a throw from breech to neck, straight up that table. Fionn Davis there on table number 1. She's getting ready to pick up that fleece. So is Ellen Murphy. Anna Lira is there ready as well to pick up that fleece. And watch this throw on table number 3, a brilliant throw. The same with Ellen Murphy and the same with Fionn Davis. Great throws here. So it looks like it's all on here, Q, in the third heat of the open wool handling.
Yeah, great throws from our 3 wool handlers. I wouldn't have thought that they throw many fleeces in Norway anymore. But already then, Ellen Murphy banging the table, sending the fleece away to be judged. Anna Lira, she sends the fleece away to be judged. Fionn has sent the fleece. She puts the belly wool at the leg of the table. But they're going to have to be sharp now because another fleece is coming and they've got to sort out the crutch before the shearer steps up the neck. But already the wool handlers, they're that composed, ladies and gentlemen. They're there waiting for the fleece. A beautiful throw on table number 3. What's coming on table 1 and 2? Cracking throws. There's going to be nothing splitting these on the board. I can tell you, the belly wool goes in. Now they're on the roll-up. Annalira, as I said, she will be judging at the World Championships, so she knows what she's doing. Originally from New Zealand and now living in Norway. The fleece goes away to be judged from Anna. Ellen Murphy bangs the table again. Fionn Jones will bang the table. They've got to make sure that all those little bits are off the table before the next fleece is thrown onto it. The shearers go in for another one and the fleeces are gathered. Fionn, good throw on 1. Another throw coming up on 2. This young Murphy girl's doing a cracking job, and Annalira up the table for Annalira as well. So these fleeces now are being rolled as fast as our wool handlers can go. They're putting enough pressure on. Big roll coming from Anna, big roll coming from Fionn. As I said, Fionn will be representing Wales at the World Champs. Ellen Murphy puts the fleece away to be judged. Annalira, she does the same. And they're already back up now for that crutch. These wool handlers are shifting. They don't wear running shoes for nothing, George.
That is for sure, and away to go. We'll see another throw happening very, very soon. They're preparing these fleeces. Manager time up there. Fionn Jones, Ellen Murphy and Annalira there on table number 3. And away to go. Now they'll be picking up their next fleece as they prepare it very shortly. Watch these for throws now. It's Annalira will be first to throw here on table number 3. What a throw there. What a throw from Ellen Murphy. Now it's all on here. Fionn Davis picks up her fleece there, her 4th fleece, and watch this sort of throw on table number 1. Fiona Jones there, absolutely beautiful throw, nothing left there for the judges to get off. The roll-up is on here on table 3, table number 2, and table 1. They've one more fleece each to throw. The presentation of the fleece into the fleece basket it goes. Now they're preparing the final fleece. Annalira there, and Ellen Murphy. Fionn Davis, she gets a fleece. A great throw there on table number 3, Q.
Yes, the time has started on 2 and 3. It won't start on 1 until the shearer finishes. So Fionn Jones in. Oh, she's got a bit of time. She's having a bit of an early tidy up. Annalira tucks a neckband. Ellen Murphy is tucking a neckband. Fionn is ready to pick up that fleece. Annalira is on the broom. Ellen Murphy is on that top sweep. No, she said, I'm going straight for the broom. Get out of my way, Judge. Now they're working all these little bits of wool back towards the baskets. They're just working everything to make sure that the judges can't penalise them for any wool left behind. Annalira then works all those little bits back towards the baskets. Ellen Murphy is working. Fionn Davis is already on the roll-up and she'll pick up her broom as the other 2 wool handlers are now working all those bits of wool back towards the oddments buckets. Annalira will drop down to one knee and start to sort. Ellen has chucked the broom. They're down and sorting. Who's going to be the first with their hand in the air? Out goes Anna. Out will go Ellen Murphy after this last handful. Out goes Ellen. And Fionn Davis now then is working all these little bits of wool back towards those oddment buckets. Fionn then just works her way. Those last little bits of Fionn are coming down. They'll all be sorted out because you don't want long locks in with the short pieces. You'll see them shaking it out. So Fionn Davis, the Welsh team member, is down and sorting. Fionn just sorting out the last little bit. Look over her shoulder. Out goes Fionn. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that was 3 very good heats of wool handling. We've got 1 more to go.
Yes, and very shortly we'll have the names up and we'll be ready to get on the way with the final heat of the open wool handling. Okay, if we get the next heat up there, be getting ready, please. Come on, you can be getting ready and preparing, doing the clean up. We've Katie, Audrey, and Jonathan there up onto your stands and be getting ready. Every second counts in these competitions. You keep it going because the open final or last final of the afternoon will start at 2:30 on the stroke.
Katie, have you got a board, buddy? James coming. The pocket rocket.
So some more of the wool hunters coming up there to speed it up so the clean-up is done and ready.
Yeah, the board buddy system works and means that one can be cleaning everything underneath the tables whilst the wool handler looks at the fleeces and the sheep in the pens. We'll get this heat going as fast as we can, and then we will be aiming to start with the open semi-finals as soon as the wool handling is cleared and finished.
Jonathan, if you need to have a quick look at your sheep, you can. And then in seconds, once we get the thumbs up, we're ready to get on the way.
You can see they set their buckets into the position they want to, because when they start firing those little bits of wool, the oddments and everything, they will just start firing. They don't even look where it's going because they know where the bucket is. There's reposition of table on one of those stands there. So again, we've got another international lineup. Jonathan Gerhard Hakul there on table one from Norway, represented Norway in many world championships. Audrey Aiken, originally Audrey Lamb, represented Scotland at world level. She will be representing Scotland at the world champs as well. And then Katie Reid, another one from Scotland, but spending a lot of time in Ireland, on table number 3. Okay, George.
Yes, to see the set, we're ready to get underway with the final heat of the open wool handling. Our judges are ready, wool handlers ready, shearers go. Out to come now with the first of the 5 sheep, 5 fleeces, the open wool handling. A big thank you to our sponsors. Also, a very big thank you to our resident shearers here for shearing for the wool handling. It's a big team effort. Now the wool handlers don't engage until the first belly comes clear, which is just about to happen. Then the wool handler can engage. A very experienced lineup of wool handlers in Jonathan, Audrey and Katie here this time. Now it's all on here, they're engaged. You'll see what to do with the belly wool, and it won't be very long at all. Once they step up the neck, the shearers on the other stands will come out. And the way it has, keep it going, shearers, keep it even, keep the pressure on. Make these wool handlers work. And away they go. Now they're looking after 2 fleeces each, or 2 shearers. Once that first fleece is finished, we'll see the first throw here on the tables. If you can prepare that first fleece and get it right, it makes a big difference so you don't get behind. So shearers, keep an eye, keep it even as you can there, keep it going, but keep the pressure on. We need it as even as possible. Okay, shears, much the same. Keep it going there as you come down the last side now. So the wool handlers will be ready to pick up that fleece. Very shortly, we'll see the first of the 3 throws here on tables 1, 2, and 3. And they're about to prepare their fleece and lift now. It's just starting to happen. It's the Norwegian Gerard on table 1. A good throw from Katie, and an equally good throw from Audrey here, Q. This is certainly going to be a special heat.
Yeah, once again, 3 very accomplished wool handlers, and they are having a real scrap. Roll up time for Katie Reid, roll up time for Jonathan Hackle there on table number 1. Audrey Aiken, she doesn't hang around, I can tell you that. Into the judging basket go the fleeces. They're just back up, they're keeping an eye all the time. Just making sure that they don't miss anything. They'll flick the wool. They're there for the crutch. And they're ready to go. Up the table from Katie Reid. Audrey Aiken, cool, calm and collected. Is Mrs. Aiken there on table number 2. Jonathan Hackle, belly wool in for him. He's on the roll up. Katie Reid is on the roll up. Look at her go. She means business there, ladies and gentlemen. Already though. Katie has got that fleece ready to be judged. Where are our wool handlers? We need fleeces to be sent away to be judged. Audrey then sends another one. She's back up to the board. They're ready to go. We need somebody to grab these fleeces pretty quick because they're not hanging around, George.
Yes, and now we're going to watch a throw on table number 2 again from RJ. Great throw on table number 1. And we've Katie picking up her fleece here on table number 3. A brilliant throw as well. Now the roll-up is on. And of course this is different than the shearing. They're only against the clock when the shears are finished. The roll-up happened very quickly there on table number 3 with Katie. She tucks in the neck wool and about to put it into a fleece basket. She's well up there now and away she goes. Orgy has gone back. She's making sure the judges can't get loose anything on the board. But she'll roll up that fleece in seconds. She had it ready for the roll-up.
Hold on, Archie. Archie, hold on.
And Jonathan there with the roll-up, he heads back to the shearer. He's the fleece just ready to go into the fleece basket. Now Orgy is back to the fleece table. She's rolling up that fleece, her third fleece there. Look at it, the neck wool tucked in, even and secure. Very neat, what the judges will be looking for. We'll have another throw happening very, very shortly. And once the last shearer is finished, then they are against the clock and every second counts, Stu.
Yeah, so the shearers are looking at each other all the time. They want to be blow for blow. Hold on, Stuart, Willie and Kevin. Just keep an eye on each other, boys. Come on, Ryan. Go, Ryan. Into the pen goes Callum. Archie Patterson is coming. So now we're going to really go for it. The fleeces are going. They're rolling away. They're going for it. Katie Reid is going to throw. Audrey's going to throw. Up the table they come. Now they're going to go. On the roll up they are. The first shearers have finished. They're on the roll up again. They're going for it. Audrey Aiken's on the roll. Katie Reid's on the roll. Jonathan is on the roll. He sends a fleece. They go one more up there on the board. They're onto it now. They'll tuck it in. They'll send it away to those judges. Jonathan throws the last one. Katie's gathering the last one. Audrey's gathering the last one. Now they're flicking it up the table. Good throws on 2 and 3, George.
Yes, really good throws there. And it's very even here, very little between them. So the seconds are really going to count. The wool handlers will very soon pick up the broom. The roll-up just getting finished there on the tables, and then the clean-up starts. It's Jonathan there on table 1, the Norwegian. He's already picked up the broom there. He wants to make every second count. Orgy is right there as well. Orgy picks up the small broom, changes her mind, picks up the big broom. Katie there, plenty of reach there as she's small broom. She's about to pick up the big one, and it's all on here, and the judges are staying well out of the way. Every second counts. Who's going to put up the hand first? Who's going to hold up the broom first? It's Jonathan down on the knees there. He's sorting into the basket. It's the Norwegian, and it's the Norwegian on table number 1. He's out there. Put your hands together for him. We have Audrey and Katie here. Table 2 and 3. They're sorting it out, and Katie down in the different odd man. Katie goes out there on table number 3. Now we've Orgy. She's down on one knee there. The broom just resting on her shoulder. Into the basket with the different odd men. The hand goes up. Put your hands together for our open wool handlers. Well done. And give a big round of applause to our shearers there for shearing for the wool handlers. Thank you very much. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Okay, we've got the thumbs up. We've been asked to move on with the open semi-finals. So I'm going to ask the judges to take their stands, please. Judges ready for the open semi-final. On to stand number 6, Ian Montgomery, with Brian McGaddy on 5, Finn Butler on 4, Tom Donis on 3, Davy Jones on 2, Colin Crowe on 1, and the spare is Brian Wilson. Children out the back is Richard Schofield, John Ivor and Peter Webber, with the referee being Andy Rankin. The referee on the board is Mr. David O'Neill. We'll have the names up in seconds, and then we're ready to introduce the competitors onto their stands. And the team is so it will be a couple of seconds there, 8 sheep I believe, and just a couple of seconds for our computer man just to get names in there. And we were just told to push it on, but he is just getting the names into the computer, so it'll only take seconds. And then we'll introduce the competitors up onto their stands. Just testing 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2.
Okay, it looks like we've got the thumbs up to introduce our competitors' queue onto the stands for this first of the open semis. So the competitors are there ready, and what a line-up it is for the first of the open semi-finals.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, the judges are in position, the names are on the board, so give our semi-finalists a warm welcome as they come up onto the stage. To stand number 6 is Ivan Scott.
On to stand number 5, it's Jack Robinson.
Graham Davidson comes to 4.
On 3, it will be Richard Jones.
Callum Shaw comes to 2.
And on 1, it's Tom Perry.
So we've got a Northern Irish team member for the Six Nations here on 1. Callum Shaw will be representing Scotland at the World Championships on 2. Richard Jones, the current world champion, will be representing Wales on 3. Graham Davidson will be representing Northern Ireland at the World Champs alongside his teammate Jack Robinson. They are your Northern Ireland team at the World Champs on 4 and 5. And then Ivan Scott will be representing the Republic of Ireland on stand number 6. So it's a hell of a lineup up there, George.
Yes, and just a massive lineup here. That's a world.
And of course, the man there on stand number 1 is the new Ulster champion. He won that Ulster championship on Thursday. Okay, the open wool handling semi-finalists. The top qualifier, Rachel Murphy. Rosie Keenan, Caitlin Bell, Jonathan Hackle, Audrey Aiken, and the lucky last into that semi-final, Katie Reid. So Rachel, Rosie, Caitlin, Jonathan, Audrey and Katie are our semi-finalists for that open wool handling.
Okay, when we get the thumbs up from our referee, we'll be ready to get underway with the first of the 8 sheep in the open semi-final, sponsored by Ulster Wool. And you may hear a new voice from the commentary team. We have another young commentator, and you're going to hear his voice during this open semi as well. So there'll be a change of voices here, Q.
Yeah, good to see younger faces coming through in the commentary. So we're waiting for the thumbs up from our referee then. The thumb goes up. Shearers, get ready to rumble. Shearers, on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers, go. So we're straight out. They're shearing these sheep. They will be flat out like a badger on a bypass, ladies and gentlemen. The belly wool comes out all the way along the line. Up the neck is Graham Davidson, Jack Robinson. Up the neck goes Richard Jones, Callum Shaw, Tom Perry, Ivan Scott. But already rocking and rolling. Round that front shoulder is Jack Robinson. Long blow time, but Richard Jones stepped right there with him. Tom Perry has turned. They're all coming down the last side. They're blow for blow along the field. Who's going to be the first into that pen with the bragging rights of the fastest first sheep? It's going to be Richard Jones, the current world champion, George.
Yes, he's out there. Out comes Callan Shaw, the Scots team man as well. Tom Perry, Graham Davison, Jack Robinson is out there, and Ivan Scott, the Donegal man. Ivan comes out there on stand number 6. They're all on here. It's all happening. Keep those numbers there on Callum Shaw's pen right, please. On all the pens. Richard Jones, keep his number right as well. Penman, that's it. That's it. Get all those numbers right. It's important to keep them right. So all competitors now on their second sheep. It's already Jack Robinson drops down to the first shoulder, down into the long blow. Richard Jones right down there. Who's going to get the turn first? It's the Scotsman, Callum Shaw. He's turning. He's heading for home. He's heading down the money side, down the last side. How do you see this one going, Sean? Your way to go, and down the last side and out the back like he goes, Sean.
Yeah, and it's Callum Shaw up there now on stand number 2, showing him how it's done as he's out with his third sheep on the board. He's not the Scottish champion up there for nothing now, is Callum Shaw. Next to drop is the man on 6 is Ivan Scott from the Republic of Ireland, with Jack Robinson goes in there now, is the man on stand number 5. And on 1 is Tom Perry, the current Royal Ulster champion there, out with his third sheep on the board. Graham Davison gets a drop there now too. All 6 shearers now with the third sheep on the board, but it's still happening up there with the man on stand number 2. It's Callum Shaw. He's into the long blows there, and away he goes on stand number 2 is the Scotsman, and away he goes. Richard Jones there now steps through up the neck, the world champion. He's the current champion shearer of Wales. He's having a cracking shearer up there now, shearing for a place in the big final here later on in the Balmoral show, and it's still happening up there now on stand number 2 with Callum Shaw now. He's down the flank and out the back leg, and away he goes there now, George.
Yes, and away to go, and it's Callum Shaw going to get the drop next, and out comes Callum with number 4 on the board. Ivan Scott coming back and with every blow on stand number 6, and it's Ivan Scott. Down she goes. Jack Robinson, Graham Davison, Richard Jones. Out comes Tom Perry, the local champion. He's out there as well. Out comes Jack. It's all on here now. The big open semi-final sponsored by Ulster Wool, but it's Callum Shaw sells up the neck. Out comes the champ Richard Jones. He's out there on number 3. Graham Davis on 4. He's out there. Jack on the undermine. Ivan on the undermine steps up the neck, but it's already Callum Shaw, the Scotsman. He's down into the long blows there, Q.
Yeah, so Callum Shaw steps over on the long blows. He will be the first to turn, but he's under pressure now, ladies and gentlemen, because here comes Jack Robinson, here comes Tom Perry, and here comes Ivan Scott. Callum Shaw is out the hind leg though, stroking that wool nice and easy. Into the pen he runs for sheep number 5. Ivan Scott, Jack Robinson, and Tom Perry is still having a ding-dong. Richard Jones is still battling away. Out comes the belly wool for Callum Shaw. The belly wool will come off for Jack Robinson and Ivan Scott. They're that close. Up the neck, hops Callum. Into the back leg go Ivan and Jack together. Graham Davidson has turned for home. He's coming down the last side. Tom Perry's got the belly wool coming off, but it's still Callum Shaw rocking and rolling round the shoulder. But here come Ivan. Here comes Jack. Into the front shoulder they go. Long blow time for the smiling assassin. Callum Shaw's got to the turn. He's coming down the last side, but Ivan Scott is coming with every blow. Round the shoulder comes Ivan. Round the shoulder comes Jack. Callum Shaw's out the hind leg. Ivan Scott is out the hind leg. In goes Callum. In will go Ivan there, Sean.
Yes, and it's happening up there now on stands 2 and 6. They're shearing 8 sheep each now. It's Callum Shaw and Ivan Scott. They're blow for blow as they're both on the belly time there now. And away to go. Richard Jones comes out with sheep number 6 on the board there now. And Tom Perry, the national champion, up there now for Northern Ireland on stand number 1. It's long blow time there now for the Northern Ireland team member Graham Davison on stand number 4. But it's all still going there now on stand number 2 with the Scottish champion Callum Shaw. Long blow time there now for him, but Ivan Scott's coming very closely back to him. Only a couple of blows between stands 2 and 6, but it's Callum gets the shun there now, down the last side and down to the flank and out the back leg, and away he goes. Ivan Scott, he said, I'm not going to let you go in there now together, as they come down and out the back leg, and away they go with 2 sheep left in the pin.
Yeah, so in goes Callum, but only a blow before Ivan. Ivan is coming, ladies and gentlemen, a previous world 8 and 9 hour lamb record holder, and he can get around these ewes pretty good. It's Ivan Scott first up the neck. He's timing his run to perfection. Into the front shoulder is Ivan. Into the front shoulder is Callum. Tom Perry's out the hind leg and in for sheep number 7 as Jack Robinson is coming after him with every blow. Ivan Scott down the last side. Just 3 blows in front of Callum Shaw. Ivan Scott has put a spurt on. He runs in and out of the pen with his 8th and final sheep. The man from the Republic of Ireland has got the belly wool off. The Scotsman is about to go into the pen for sheep number 8, George.
Yes, he's in, he's out, but it's already Ivan into the first hind leg of number 8. Jack, Graham, Callum and Tom there now and away to go. Tom dropping down to the first shoulder, down into the long blow. It's on the undermine, there is Callum Shaw, the Scotsman. Up the neck goes Ivan, there's about 2 blows in it. Graham out the back like he goes. Jack down the long blow 7. He's about to get the turn and head for home. Richard Jones, the champ, he comes out with his final sheep on the board, but it's going to be all happening there on stand number 8. Ivan Scott down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes now. His 8th and final sheep on the board. Down to the flank goes Ivan Scott, and coming back at him is Callum Shaw, the Scotsman. Who's it going to be? It's Ivan Scott. Put your hands together for him. Out goes Callum Shaw. He's out there as well. Out comes Tom Perry. Out comes Jack. And away to go. It's Callum Shaw. He's out there on stand number 2.
Yeah, so now it's Jack Robinson there on 5 with his 8th and final sheep on the board. He's into the first hind leg and up the sweep and blows up the undermine, steps through up the neck and away he goes. But it looks like it's going to be the world champion the next to get the drop. But you can guarantee he'll have the quality out the back as Richard Jones, the Welshman, on stand number 3. Finishes touches there for Richard Jones on stand number 3. Put your hands together for Richard Jones, ladies and gentlemen. And now it's Graham Davison down the last side. There's 1 left in the pen there now for the Northern Ireland team member on stand number 5. All these 6 years now will be hoping to get into the big open final later on. Jack Robinson there now, the local man. Down the last side, it looks like he's going to be next to drop there now. Is the man on stand number 5 is Jack Robinson, closely followed by Tom Perry there, flicking out over the teller, and his time is taken, George, on stand number 1.
Yes, it's all on here now with Graham Davison there on his final sheep on the board. A couple of big sweeping blows up the undermine for Graham. He steps through up the neck in the Ulster Wool Growth sponsored open semis. The first of the semis. What a spectacle, what a show. The Olympics of sheep shearing with super athletes taking part. It's Graham Davison now stepping over with the right, pumping in those long blows. A beautiful shearing sheep there. A big thank you to the farmers for the sheep. Down the last side comes Graham. He's really getting the wool off this one in just seconds. Roll the handpiece down underneath the shoulder, down to the flank. Out the back leg goes Graham there. About 3 more blows. If the sheep would sit still for him, he'll get his sheep down the porthole. She doesn't want to sit. The sheep is in a hurry to get it away as well. The same as Graham is in a hurry to get it finished. He gets her sitting again now. That's Graham out the back leg. She goes just about just doesn't want to sit for him. That's the look of the draw. This can happen with the sheep. He has the sheep this time, and Graham is going to get that sheep finished. 1, 2, 3 more blows for Graham Davison. Put your hands together for the first of the Open semi-finalists. Well done.
What a semi-final that was. I think the only way Graham Davison is going to want to see that sheep again is on the barbecue, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, we'll just have a bit of a tidy up. Our resident wool handlers have been doing a cracking job all week for us, keeping the wool sent out so it can be packed and sent up there to Ulster wool growers and to the British wool team, ultimately in Bradford, that sell that wool. So we'll just have a last gather up of all these oddments. The sheep will go into the pen, and if you thought that first semi was a battle, this second semi is another battle, and they will be really getting into it, I can assure you of that. So we've got a cracking lineup coming up. The judges are ready to go. The sheep are in the pens, are they, judges? They are. So we'll get the next heat, the second semi-final up onto the boards. Robert Davidson will come up onto stand number 6. Where is he? Robert Davidson to stand number 6. He's there, ready to go. Look at him. He moves like a ninja.
On to stand number 5, Dylan Jones.
Matt Smith comes to stand number 4.
On 3 from Wales, Gwion Evans.
Hugh DeLacy from New Zealand to stand number 2.
And from Scotland on 1, it's Hamish Mitchell.
So once again, we've got a cracking lineup of experience. Hamish Mitchell, he had a torrid time with his health last year, but by God, he's come back with a vengeance, and he's qualified to represent Scotland once again. We will find out how many times he's represented Scotland at the Worlds, but he seems to have been on that team sheet for many, many years. Started all alongside Tom Wilson. Won the World Team Championship a couple of times. And then we got Hugh DeLacy. He's been winning open competitions over there in New Zealand from the South Island. Gwion Evans will be representing Wales at the World Championships alongside Richard Jones from a big shearing family up there in Llansannan in North Wales. Then on stand number 4 we have Matt Smith, originally from New Zealand, now representing England at the World Championships, living with his wife and family down there, farming in Cornwall, and representing England at the Worlds. He's also the current 9-hour world record holder, having shown 731 ewes in a 9-hour day. Then on stand number 5 we have Dylan Jones, a young man with a big future in this shearing game, represented Wales in a New Zealand Test series this winter. And then up there on stand number 6 we have Robert Davidson, brother to Graham Davidson, of course, another big shearing family here in Northern Ireland. The Ginger Ninja on stand 6, he will be really fighting to make it into that open final. We've got a thumbs up from the referee, shearers. Shearers, get ready to rumble. Shearers, on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers, go. So once again, they mean business. Hamish Mitchell All 7'6" of him down there on stand number 1. When those big arms and legs get going, he's like a windmill in a hurricane. Hugh DeLacy means business. He's got the sweatband on already. Guion Evans has gone for a bolter, and he's dropping down into the long blows. Matt Smith is on the long blows. Dylan Jones is already turning for home. Robert Davidson is on the long blows, but it's the Welshman. Dylan Jones is leading the field. He's like a little frantic ferret as he comes down the last side, and Dylan Wynne Jones is going to be the first to put that sheep into the porthole, George.
Yes, he's out. The clock had hardly moved and he's out. Out comes Matt Smith, Guion Evans, Hugh DeLacy is there, and Hamish there on stand number 1. He's out there as well. Robert Davison drops that one down the porthole, and Hugh DeLacy, the New Zealander, he's out with number 2 on the board. Keep those numbers right. Penmen, please. Robert Davison on his second sheep. Push the number there on stand number 6, please. Dylan Jones drops down to the first shoulder and onto the long blow. He's almost blow for blow with Matt Smith at the moment, but he steps over first, the Welshman. Matt Smith down in the long blow. Who's closest to him? Guion Evans, Hugh DeLacy, and Hamish there on stand number 1. Robert Davison, but it's already Dean Jones down to the flank and out the back leg he goes there. He has really taken off here in the last of the Open semi-finals, Sean.
Yes, and it's the Welshman there now on stand number 5. Out with sheep number 3 on the board already is Dylan Jones are now on stand 5. Closely followed by the English champion and the world record holder is Matt Smith on stand number 4. Who's going to be next to get the drop? It could be any of them there now. It's the Northern Ireland man. It's Robert Davison on 6. Guion Evans, Hugh DeLacy goes in. Finishing touches up there now for Hamish Mitchell on stand number 1. And away to go. But it's still happening there now with stands 4 and 5. The Englishman and the Welshman as Matt Smith's into the long blow and away he goes. Steps over there now as Matt Smith. He's absolutely flying it there now as the Englishman as he clears the cheek. Turns her home and down the last side he comes. Hamish Mitchell up there now, the Scotsman on stand number 1. He can really open up them shoulders and let the steel fly as he flies up the neck. Breaks open the neck well there now and away he goes. But it's Matthew Smith there now on stand number 4 as he comes out with sheep number 4 on the board,
Yes, number 4 on the board there for Matt. Now he's really flying. Dean Jones down and out the back like he goes. Robert Davison, Guion Evans, Hugh DeLacy, and Hamish Mitchell down the last side. But it looks like Guion Evans will be next to drop there on stand number 3. Down and out the back like he goes. It's Matt Smith. He's up the neck there on number 4. The belly will come off for Dean Jones on stand to number 5. Out comes Hugh DeLacy. Hamish Mitchell comes out on 1. Away to go. The Ulster Wolves sponsored Open semis. And now it's Robert Davison. He's out there. But it's already Matt Smith, the record holder. He's pumping in those blows. He's about to get the turn. Heads her home down to the shoulder and down the last side he goes. Matt Smith rolls the handpiece underneath the shoulder. Down to the flank and out the back leg he goes, Q.
Yeah, so Matt Smith then has got a little bit of a ticklish one this time. He says, if you sit still, I'll get rid of you and get you maked out. But she's having a kick and a wriggle. That's allowed Dylan Wynne Jones to come back to the party. In goes Dylan Wynne Jones. Matt Smith says, sit still, you tart. Round the top of the tail he goes. She goes into the darkness. He says, get your head in there. Your ass will follow. Into the pen he goes to sheep number 5. Dylan Wynne Jones has got another little honey out onto the board on sheep number 5. He's up the undermine. Up the neck goes Dylan Wynne Jones. Where's Guion Evans? Guion will get quicker and quicker. Hugh DeLacy is getting quicker and quicker. Hamish Mitchell will get quicker. But already the men on stands 4 and 5. They will step over together. They will turn together. Who's going to come and join the party? It looks like Guion Evans is pressing the turbo. So is Hamish. So is Hugh. But it's the men on 4 and 5. Matt Smith says, thank God this one's sitting, and he'll go in for sheep number 6, says Sean.
Yes, and it's all happening up there now at Matt Smith on stand number 4. He's having a real battle on up there now. Dylan Jones on stand number 5. He puts the finishing touches out there. It won't be long till he sends 5 away. But it's the Scotsman there now. He's really starting to get into his work up there now on stand number 1 is Hamish Mitchell. Comes out with sheep number 6 on the board. They're all shearing 8 sheep each now for a place in the big open final at 2:30 today at the Royal Ulster. And away to go. And it's still the man on 4. It's Matt Smith up there now. Long blow time for for him. Robert Davison there now on stand number 6. He comes out with sheep number 6 on the board. Guion Evans now the Welshman dropping down into the first run shoulder there now, but it's still in stand number 2. There's a bit of a wriggler up there now for the Kiwi. He settles her down. He won't be long till he gets the turn, but it's still all Matt Smith up there now. 2 sheep left in the pin as he puts in the finishing touches there, you with 2 to go.
Yeah, so Matt Smith then about to go in for sheep number 7. Out onto the board for the New Zealand-born Englishman on stand number 4. He's coming off with a belly wool. Hamish Mitchell, Hugh DeLacy, Guion Evans will go in for sheep number 7. Change of handpiece there for Hamish Mitchell on stand number 1. In goes Dylan Wynne-Jones, the early pace setter. Robert Davidson will go in for sheep number 7. But look at the man there in the middle. Matt Smith is on the long blows. Guion Evans is dropping to the shoulder. Hugh DeLacy and Hamish Mitchell are dropping to the shoulder. Matt Smith has turned for home. He means business here today, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side comes Matt Smith. That handpiece is flying. He goes around the top of the tail and into the pen for his 8th and final sheep. Is Matt Smith, George?
Yes, the final sheet on the board on stand number 4 for Matt Smith. Hamish and Hugh Lacey, they battle it out. Guion Evans, the Welshman. Dylan Jones, the Welshman, and Robert Davis, the local man there. Out comes Hugh Lacey, he's out there. Out comes Hamish at number 8 on the board. So we've 8 on the board on stands 1, 2, and 4 at the moment. Out comes Guion Evans, the Welshman. He's 8 there as well. But it's Matt Smith it is. Down at the long blows. He's about to get the turn now and head for home and down the money side of the sheep. Up the neck goes Hugh Lacey. Hamish is up there. Guion Evans is about to step up as well. But it's Matt Smith it is. Down and out the back leg goes Matt Smith now. 2 more blows and he'll push the button. His time will be taken. It's going to be Matt Smith on stand number 4. Put your hands together for him. We've Hamish Mitchell, Hugh DeLacy and Guion Evans. They battle it out. Don't forget Robert Davis and Dean Jones. But it's Hamish Mitchell it is. Out the back leg goes Hugh DeLacy, the Kiwi. His time is taken on stand number 2. Guion Evans down to the shoulder. Hamish Mitchell on 1. Out the back leg goes Hamish. Down the board also goes. And it's Hamish Mitchell. Guion Evans, the Welshman. Out the back legs goes Guion there now. Down the last side comes Dylan Jones, another Welshman. And it's Guion Evans it is. Out the back leg he goes. Dylan Jones, he's out there as well. And we have Robert Davison now, the local man. Cleans off the cheek, down to the shoulder and down the last side. The Ulster Wool Growers sponsored open semi. Down to the shoulder comes Robert Davison. Down rolls the handpiece underneath the shoulder now for Robert. Down to the flank he goes. About 4 more blows for Robert Davison. We'll see the last of the open semis. Out the back leg goes Robert Davison. 1, 2, and his time will be taken. Put your hands together for the open semi-finalist. Well done.
Well, what a semi-final. What a competition. So we will now break for lunch. We will be back. We will be back at 1 o'clock according to the schedule. And we will be back with the wool handling development test between Scotland, England. Back. Right, so we're back with the semi-final of the wool handling. Semi-final of the wool handling at around 1:45. Starting at 1 o'clock with the semi-final of the wool handling. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're just setting up ready for the open wool handling semi-final. So the semi-final part 1, we won't be very long. We will be starting with that, our top 6 open wool handlers. Then after that, we will move on to some finals. And finishing off the day, of course, the last event will be the open shearing final.
Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2.
Well, we're getting closer to that 1 o'clock start time, ladies and gentlemen. I can see our referees are just having a quick look. The shearers are coming back from their lunch. So we won't be long, and we will be starting off this afternoon's proceedings with the open wool handling semi-final. So open wool handling semi-final, 2 heats. We're on 1 o'clock now, John Murphy. Are we ready to go?
Testing, testing, 1, 2. Okay, if we could have our resident shearers onto their stands, please. Our resident shearers. We've 1 already up there. We need 5 more. So our resident shearers up onto their stands, please.
So our judges are all fed and watered, George. And we won't be long, we will be underway with the first semi-final of the wool handling. We got one shearer up there. They will put a bit more pressure onto these wool handlers now. So Gerard Kelly will organise his shearers. We'll get the shearers to the boards. The judges will come to the boards. And then we will start these wool handlers flying.
Two. We are just waiting on a couple of more resident shearers, please. Plenty of shearers about, so I think we've 2 already up there. We need 4 more. Great.
Dalan, are you in the final? Do you want to share for the wool handling? Please? Good man. John Murphy, Dalan Jones will share for the wool handling if you want him. Dalan in the red shirt. A Welshman comes to the rescue once again. So we're just organising the last of our shearers to come up for the wool handling. Hamish Mitchell's rearing to go. Thank you, Hamish. Thank you, Archie. If you're sweating now, imagine what you're going to be like when you finish. You'll be a puddle. Oh, it's great the camaraderie with these shearers. They're asked to shear in the wool handling and then they'll have a go. So as soon as I'm given a thumbs up, we will be underway with our open wool handling semi-final. I can see a few more coming. Have we got a full complement now, John?
Yes, it looks good. I think we have our shearers ready. Okay, shearers are taking their stance. We are ready to introduce the judges up onto their stands for the wool handling, please. On the board, we've Peter Webber, Richard Schofield, John Ivor Davis and Andy Rankin. Judging out the back, Davy O'Neill, Seamus Kelly, Colin Crowe and the odd mens is Brian McGatty, with the referee being Mr. Gerard Kelly.
So board buddies, you can get up and clean the boards ready for your competitor. And then the competitors. We'll get our competitors up then onto the tables as well. So table number 3 from Scotland will be Katie Reid.
Table number 2, the local lady Rachel Murphy.
And the table number 1, also from Scotland, but has got connections here in Northern Ireland. Audrey Aiken. So our wool handlers then are just having a bit of a look. They've got to start off with a clean board. And even though they haven't left it, if they leave anything on those boards, then the judges will penalise them for not starting with a clean work area. They've got 5. It looks like they've got 5 fleeces to handle again. The wool handlers then are up, they're looking at their sheep. They will tell the shearer the order that they want those sheep shorn into. Just have a look behind those trays. Well done, John. Must be getting warm because John Murphy's taken his jacket off. That's the first time in 4 days I think he's taken it off.
So once we get the thumbs up from our referee, we'll be ready to get on the way. Yes, and we've got the thumbs up, so we'll ask our wool handlers to get ready, please. They've had a quick look at the sheep. Our shears are ready. And we have Rachel Murphy just about to come back down now and take up her position. Okay, the scene is set. It looks like we're good to go with the first leg of the open wool handling semi-final. Our judges are ready. Wool handlers ready. Shearers go. Out to come now with the first of the 5 sheep. We have 5 fleeces each to handle. Watch the shearers on stands 1, 3 and 5 step up the neck. We will have the other 3 shearers on 2, 4 and 6. They'll come out with their first of their 2 sheep. And that won't be too long. So this is going to make the wool handlers work. They're going to earn their place to get through to this final. And they can engage now once the first belly was thrown clear. The wool handlers have engaged with the shearer.
Go Archie! Archie, go!
And go fast, Q is saying. So Archie is out there now. And he's going to catch up as well. He's going to pump in a few pretty fast blows there to get right back with the others. Yes, and he's back there now, so the wool handler, they're back all the same. It's evens. Very shortly now, we're going to watch the first of the throws. Keep it going there, Stuart, keep it going. Out the back leg, and we'll have the first throw very shortly. Where's it going to come from? Looks like table number 3, and it's Katie Reid with a brilliant throw. We have Orgy, we have Rachel, and a good throw from Rachel there, a big fleece and a very good throw, real good throw. Katie, or Orgy there as well, another brilliant throw. It's all happening here, Q.
Yes, all starting to warm up now, ladies and gentlemen. Rachel Murphy's on the roll, Audrey's on the roll. They look over their shoulder. They don't want to miss anything. Otherwise, those judges will penalise them if they miss the crutch or miss the clean in between the shearer going in and out the pen. So the second shearers now then are finishing off. The wool handlers are under pressure, I can tell you. But they're running. Into the pen will go the second shearers. Good throw from Katie, good throw from Rachel. What's Audrey got? She's gathering up that fleece. Cleans off the board. Audrey sets up the table from Audrey Aiken there on table number 1. Already the shearers, just have a look, shearers. We want you to stick together. Thank you, Hamish. Rachel Murphy then bangs the table. Back for the belly wool, back for the crutch. Katie Reid is on the roll. Audrey Aiken is on that roll. They've got to make sure that they present that fleece nice and neat and compact. They wear these running shoes because they don't stop moving, ladies and gentlemen. Katie Reid gathers and throws. Good throw from Rachel. What's Audrey got in the bag? She cleans off in one movement. Rachel ran back up. Katie is on the roll. Rachel is on the roll. Audrey is on a roll. A good throw again. So now we're getting to the business end as the second shearers are coming down this last side. The first shearers will about step up the neck together. So the second shearers are coming to the conclusion of their second sheep. Now we're getting to the business end, George.
Yes, very much so now. It'll be all happening, but of course it's different than shearing. The wool hander is only against the clock. What a throw there on table number 2. Another good throw from Katie on table number 3. Orgy with another brilliant throw on table number 1. It's all happening, so they've only one more fleece each to throw, and the shears are evens there. So it'll be the same stop pretty much so at the end. And the fleece goes into the basket from Rachel Murphy. Just took it in the neck. Well, is Katie Reid. Orgy now. She's really done a good job there. Took it in that fleece. She'll get that rolled up pretty quickly on table number 1. And the shears are very close to finish. And then the clock will start. Yes. And now the clock has started. They're against the clock. Every second counts. Wool handers keep it going now, and it's Katie Reid picks up a final fleece, and a good throw there from Katie on table number 3. Rachel Murphy doing the roll up, took it in the neck. Orgy going back now for a final fleece on table number 1, and it's Rachel Murphy heads back there for the clean up for Rachel. Rachel, if she manages her time, she's a bit ahead of the field at the moment. Keep it going there. The judges have to mind they don't get a tap of those brooms. The final roll up there for Katie Reid. The final tidy up and roll up coming for Orgy. But it's already Rachel Murphy on table number 2. She's on the broom. She'll soon be down on the knees queue, sorting out those oddments.
Yeah, so the broom up for Katie, the broom up for Rachel. Rachel's worked all those little bits back towards her oddment buckets. She's down on her hands and knees and sorting. And out goes Rachel Murphy, the local girl. Audrey's on the broom, Katie's still on the broom. The two Scots competitors still broom blow for broom blow. Katie Reid is down and sorting. Audrey's working back towards the baskets. Katie Reid has got it in the bucket, and out goes Katie Reid on table number 3. Audrey Aikinen on table number 1. She's now working those oddments all back towards those baskets. She'll have her hand up next. She's just sorting. Out goes Audrey. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'd say somebody might have pressed the button there.
So Wallace now just moves down along, and he'll take down the scores from each judge on the board. The fleeces and oddments will be all getting moved to the table out of the right hand side, the shearing stand, and then they'll be checked if there's anything in that fleece that shouldn't be in there, to make sure the belly wool is in the right place. If it's suitable, is tucked in neat and secure, and tucked in the neck wool, not in the shoulder. That there's no good fleece wool in there that shouldn't be in. So those are the things that are all going to be happening there with the table judges at the right hand side. Once we have the fleece baskets and oddment bins up, we'll be ready very quickly to get the competitors up onto their stands for the second leg of the open wool handling semi-final. Resident wool handlers or wool handlers, if you start doing a clean up there to help the next competitors, please. Make it happen. Just it's a team effort. Just get that clean up ready, so we'll keep it going. We have a big afternoon's wool handling and shearing here.
Yeah, it's going to be a real spectacle. So we'll get this wool handling semi-final complete. And then we will have a test, I believe, where there will be one open wool handler and one novice wool handler. There is going to be a Scottish team, an English team, and a Northern Ireland team. So the wool handlers now then are just sorting out their oddments buckets and their fleece baskets. They won't be long, George, and we will be underway with this second semi-final.
And we've got the thumbs up from our referee queue, so we can announce the competitors there. On table number 3, we will have Jonathan all the way from Norway. Rosie Keenan on table number 2, and on top, table number 1 is Caitlin Bell. So that's the line-up here for the second leg of the open wool handling semi-final. Very precise, these wool handlers, making sure that everything set up to perfection. A bit of a change in tactic here on table 2. Different things these wool handlers do. So Rosie making sure she's everything perfect there. But we've got the thumbs up from our referee. If our wool handlers are ready, we are ready to get on the way. We need to move on. The clock keeps ticking. Okay, wool handlers, if you're ready. The scene is set. Our judges are ready. Wool handlers are ready. Shearers, go. So the scene is set. They won't be engaging with the shearer until the belly wool is thrown clear. A very good line up here. A lot of experience up here this time in the second leg of the open wool handling semi-final. A big thank you to all our sponsors. And our shearers will keep pushing on there to keep up the same pace as for the first semi-final. Now their wool handlers can engage with the shearer there, and once the shearers step up the neck, the other 3 shearers will come out with their first and our 2 sheep, and out they come. So now the pressure is on. The wool handler keeps an eye on both shearers, and they will have to look after the belly wool. They'll be picking up the first fleece or the throw in about 40 seconds time. We'll see the first throws there. If they can get that first throw good, it takes a little bit of the pressure off. 5 fleeces each to look after. So now you can see the wool handlers walking away. They'll go back and they'll prepare that fleece, get it ready for the throw. And then they will watch for that clean up, and we'll look for the throw. If we can get that throw well. Yes, and it's Jonathan with a good throw on table 1. Rosie with another good throw on table number 2. And Caitlin there with a big fleece and a good throw on table number 1. So it's all on here, Q.
Yeah, so some very good wool handling going on by these very, very experienced competitors. Caitlin Bell has travelled all over the world. She works in Norway. She's worked in New Zealand. She loves the wool handling game there on table number 1. Then on table 2, Rosie Keenan. She's broken into the Scottish wool handling circuit and scene. She's represented her country at World Championship level, and she will be representing them again this year at the World Championships, at the home World Championship. Then we got Jonathan Hackle up here on table number 3. He is representing Norway all over the world, in New Zealand, in Wales, and he's been there many, many times. He's a very, very accomplished wool handler. So you can see now Rosie Keenan had to put down a fleece onto a clean patch of floor. That is allowed under the rules. And she's thrown that, and she's done a beautiful job on it as well. Caitlin has run back. She just scampers round the table. Jonathan was there waiting, ready to go. Rosie is still dancing around the table. Rosie is gathering up another one. That goes down onto a clean patch of floor. Caitlin has got everything cleaned up, and she throws it up the table. A good throw there from Caitlin Bell. A little bit has gone over, so the judges will penalise. I believe it's a point for every size of an A4 sheet of paper. And our judges don't miss anything, ladies and gentlemen. So Jonathan is on the roll. Caitlin is on the roll. Rosie gathers up that fleece again, which is very difficult to do. But she's done a cracking job there. Very, very flat. She was back to the table. She is running. And she's even got time to sing and dance as she goes. The second shearers have finished, and now Rosie then is on the roll. Jonathan Hackle is on the roll. Caitlin Bell has finished the roll. She just tucks that neckband in. Look at that, nice, neat and compact is the name of the game, because the judges out the back will be looking for that. So the first shearers now, they all just have a look up the board to make sure that they finish together. Look up the board, shearers. Good throw there from Caitlin again. Another cracking throw. A very good throw from Jonathan. Rosie, a brilliant throw and a looser fleece there from Rosie Keenan. She rolls that wool up, but the rest of the field are right there with her. She's made a lot of ground up though, Rosie. Caitlin is on the roll. Jonathan's on the roll. The shearers are about to finish together. So this is when the time will start. The time starts now. It's tick, tick, ticking away as Caitlin sends a fleece to be judged. Jonathan throws the last one. Caitlin gathers. Rosie gathers. Rosie is dancing around the table there, George.
Yes, very much so. Another good throw there from Rosie on table number 2. It's all on here now, very little between them. But there's different tactics being used by the wool handlers here, so don't be surprised at who might finish. The roll-up is happening there from Jonathan, the Norwegian. He's on table number 3. Rosie there getting ready to roll up our final fleece on table number 2. The roll-up is happening from Caitlin there on table number 1. And then the brooms have been picked up, and that's already started on table number 3. The broom is absolutely flying with Jonathan. He wants to make every second count. The clock is ticking, and after the first minute, it really penalises you. Back to the pick up the broom now is Caitlin Bell. She's cleaning off the board, but Rosie picks up the broom. She's already done the shearing area, and she's right under the table. Then they'll get down to the knees and sort out the different oddments. Every second count, you can get behind your favourite wool handler, and it's Jonathan the Norwegian. Put your hands together for him. He's out there on table number 3. Rosie pulls over the basket, gets down on one knee, maybe 2. Up goes the hand from Rosie Keenan. Well done. Now we have Caitlin Bell there on table number 1. She's making that broom talk around the table. She goes. She doesn't leave any credit card sizes for the judges to penalise her. Under the table, gets the different oddments over to the corner. Sort them out into the different oddment bins for Caitlin Bell there. Now she'll get down on one knee, put them into the different oddment baskets and make sure they're right. And in just seconds, she'll put the hand up. Her hand has gone up. Put your hands together for the open wool handling semi-finalist. Well done. So now our helpers will remove the oddment bins, the fleece baskets, and back over for the judging. And I believe we will have a development test. Is that right, Hugh?
Yeah, I believe so, George. So the development test will have an open wool handler and a novice wool handler. One from England, one from Scotland, and one from Northern Ireland. So that'll be a good spectacle. Then I believe we're going to have the open wool handling final. And as soon as we have our open finalists, we will let you know who they are. Following on from that, then, to conclude the day will be the Open All Nations Machine Final. So the next up then will be the wool handling development test. That will then be followed by the novice and wool handling, I think. The novice and open wool handling finals. I think there's a novice wool handling final. There is. There is, definitely, John Murphy says. Of course there is. So we'll have this development test, then the novice wool handling, and I'm sure we'll be given a list of the novice wool handlers in that final. So we've been handed the team list for the countries. Scotland will be represented by Rosie Keenan and Jessica Marwick. England will be represented by Penny Bell and Emily Gould. And Northern Ireland will be represented by Rachel Murphy and Stephen Wilson. So the novice wool handlers that will be in the final are Jessica Marwick, Stephen Wilson, and Beth Logan. They are our novice wool handling finalists. So the fiver tree and gin obviously worked. And unlucky next into that final was Emily Gould. So Jessica Marwick, Stephen Wilson and Beth Logan will be our novice finalists. Okay, as soon as we get a thumbs up from our chief stewards, John Murphy and Jared Kelly, we will get underway with this novice test. Could we have the shearers up, please? Shearers, can we have you back up on the boards to shear for this wool handling test? And then you just as well stay up there because you'll be shearing for the finals as well. Hamish Mitchell to the boards, Bill. He's there, look. He was hiding. Archie's hiding as well. Is Archie going to remember to start this time? It's a good job I look after you, Archie. If it's not me, it's your wife. They don't let him off the Isle of Bute very often, and there's a good reason for it. Okay, so our shearers are all in position. We're ready to go then. So please give our teams a very warm welcome as they come up onto the boards. To table number 3 are England, ladies and gentlemen, Penny Bell and Emily Gould.
And on to table number 2, it's Scotland, Jessica Marwick and Rosie Keenan.
And at table number 1, the home team, Northern Ireland. Stephen Wilson and Rachel Murphy. Rachel won that championship, the Ulster Championship. And she's up again. She will be representing her country at the Worlds. Rosie will be representing her country at the Worlds. So these are serious teams, even though they're ready with the developments. So it looks like Scotland are going to employ the 1 broom method. Northern Ireland have got the 2 broom method. England have got the 2 broom method. So I could just see that the open wool handlers are just directing the novice wool handlers. I wouldn't say they're bossy, but the novice wool handlers look scared. So we got a thumbs up from our referee. Our wool handlers are just having a very quick look at their sheep. And then when our chief steward tells us, we'll get them down. Okay, wool handlers, can we have you back down at your table? How many sheep are they doing, Jared? Is it 5? 6. They've only got 4 trays. 4. So if they're doing 5 sheep, they've only got 4 trays. It's a good job Peter Weber's switched on. There's an extra tray on the way, Rosie. Right, 5 trays, 5 fleeces. We're ready to start then, wool handlers. Okay, George.
Yes, the scene is set. We're ready to get on the way. Our judges are ready. Wool handlers ready. Shearers go. We have Northern Ireland. We have Scotland. We have England. Anybody here from England? Yes. Anybody here from Scotland? Anybody here from Northern Ireland? Yeah, that's what we want. We want plenty of that right through this test here now. Support your team. The belly wool is off and the wool handlers have engaged. 5 fleeces each to handle per each team. England, Scotland and Northern Ireland. And of course remember they're only against the clock when the shears are finished. And now the shears have stepped up and the second shears are out and away they go. It won't be too long till we see the fleeces. And Q has got the news as well. So we might have a news bulletin now in between Q, have we?
Yeah, so our open wool handling finalists will be top qualifier Jonathan Jehad Hackle from Norway, Rachel Murphy from Northern Ireland, and Audrey Aiken from Scotland. They are our open wool handling finalists.
What a final that promises to be, but very shortly we're going to see the first throws here in the test, and it's happened for the Northern Ireland team. What a throw there they had, a very good throw, so it's all on here at the moment. And now we have Scotland, another brilliant throw, and a great throw from England as well. So the judges are going to get very little off of those throws. The first 3 fleeces thrown on tables 1, 2 and 3. This is the development test here. An open novice wool handler, England, Scotland and Wales. The roll up is on. Rachel Murphy from the home team has already cleared her table. England just about to do the same, and so is Scotland. Into the fleece basket it goes now, and the wool handlers are back there keeping an eye. So it's a team effort this time. And another good throw from the home team, a good throw from Scotland, a good throw again from England, Hugh.
Yeah, some good teamwork going on here, George. They're just keeping an eye out for each other, which is the name of the game. One concentrates on the table, one concentrates on the shearing board. Then they will come together at the end to get everything tidied and sorted. Penny Bell ties the neckband. Rosie Keenan ties the neckband. Rachel Murphy is up there waiting to lift that fleece. Stephen Wilson is working like a Trojan. Here on table number 1. Rosie Keenan is directing operations here on table number 2. Jess Marwick, very accomplished wool handler. She is in the novice final. Emily Gould and Penny Bell are just working together. Very, very easy, the 2 English competitors. They're cleaning around the table together. They're talking all the time, keeping each other informed on what's going on and working as a pair. So into the pen goes the first shearers. A cracking throw on table number 2 from Rosie Keenan. A good throw from Northern Ireland. A cracking throw from England on table number 3. Already then they're on the roll up. They're getting everything sorted. And they look to be doing great work up there as pairs, George.
Yes, now it's that team effort, and it's how well that team can work together. It's all on here, and Scotland have done another roll up there, so they're evens at the moment. Another good throw for the home team there on table number 1. A good throw from England down there, and now it's Scotland, an equally good throw. So I think the home supporters, you need to get behind your team and give them a bit of a cheer on. That's it, come on, let us hear it for him there. The roll-up is on from England, the roll-up on from Scotland, and the home team are rolling up that team. There's one more throw for each of the nations there to happen. And the minute the shearers finish, they're against the clock. Every second will count. What a roll-up there on for Scotland. The same for England. And the team effort there from the home team as they took in the neck wool into that fleece. Now we're getting ready very soon for the final throws. And they'll be getting the clean-up done at the same time. They'll be trying to make every second count. It's all about seconds in this, because the minute the shearers finish, they're against the clock. The first minute, it's 1 in 10, and after that, it's 1 in 5. Who's going to get their last throw first onto the table? That'll give them the advantage. Very little in it. And it's the home team. You need to get behind your home team now. And They're against the clock from now on. It's the home team. A good throw for Northern Ireland, a good throw for Scotland and England. Now the roll-up is on it, the clean-up is all happening there. Who's going? It's looking good for the home team, the IQ. Anybody here from Northern Ireland?
Yeah, they're on with their work. They look around, they make sure that nothing is missed there, ladies and gentlemen. They're making sure that they're on. The brooms are up for Northern Ireland. The broom is up from Scotland. Northern Ireland are flying. Scotland are flying. Rosie Keenan keeping the cool. And she's working those oddments back towards the bucket. The bucket has come to the oddments. Northern Ireland look. And who's going to be? It's Northern Ireland. Scotland look around. They go out on table number 2. England are keeping cool, calm and collected. Round the oddments they work. They're down on their hands and knees. They're working together as a pair. And they're having a last look around. Then out they go. Out go Team England. Give them all a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. What a team event that was. It was very difficult to pick out the novice competitor in amongst those two. Very accomplished wool handling going on there. And as a judge, I'm sure they were keeping their ankles out of the way. Otherwise, they'd have had a whack around there with a broom. So the next event will be the novice wool handling final. Then the open wool handling final, which is going to be an international event. So the novice wool handling finalists. I think John Murphy said get going.
So we'll get some of our open wool handlers or some of our team wool handlers up there to do a clean up. I'll be ready for the novice wool handling final. So if any of our wool handlers want to go up there and start to clean up and be preparing for the novice wool handling final.
4 fleeces for the novice wool handlers. 4 for the novice. I don't know how many they're going to have in the open, but we'll be told that. But the novices are going to be handling 4 fleeces. So the novice wool handling finalists: Jessica Marwick, Stephen Wilson, Beth Logan. Jessica and Beth have been over in Northern Ireland doing a lot of preparation, lubricating as much as possible and hydrating with gin and fiver tree. I don't know how much gin they've been drinking, but they reckon they've emptied 3 bathtubs. And then following on from the novice wool handling final will be the open wool handling final. A real international affair. A Norwegian competitor, a Scottish competitor, and a Northern Ireland competitor. So we're expecting a lot of home support on that.
So if we can have some of our open wool handlers that are there, just have a hop on the stage and do the clean up, please, and get ready before we introduce the finalist up. Yeah, some of the wool handlers might help up there and do a clean up, so it'll speed up the competition. That's it. It's good to see our wool handlers up there now supporting the novice team there, doing the clean up and getting it ready for them so they can concentrate on their own competition. Because the area must be spotlessly clean before the start. If not, the judges will take credit card sizes off for any butts of wool left around the shearing area, on the table or underneath the table. The areas are marked off for each wool handler, and that's the area they must walk within that area. Very soon we'll have the names up and we'll be introducing the competitors on for the novice wool handling final. Yeah, so I think Jane will be making a draw for the stands for the novice final. The sheep are in the pens ready. So the draw has been made and the names will go up on the stands in the next couple of moments. Okay, the scene is set. We are ready to introduce the competitors up onto their stands for the novice wool handling final. Please give a very warm welcome on to table number 3, Bate Logan.
To table number 2, Jessica Marwick.
And on to table number 1, it's Stephen Wilson.
So the two Scottish travelling companions on tables 2 and 3. And the local man, Stephen Wilson, from Northern Ireland there on table number 1. He's just competed for Northern Ireland in that test. So they'll place their buckets and baskets in the correct position. Beth Logan having a look over the pen door. Jessica Marwick looks like a coiled spring. She's ready to go there on table number 2. And Stephen Wilson chatting with the shearer, telling him the order that he wants them shown in. Some will prefer to get the looser fleeces out the way first. Some have the tighter fleeces first, and they'll just settle into a rhythm. They've got 4 fleeces to handle in this novice final. And I believe this is sponsored by Lucky Day Competitions.
Okay, our referee is giving us the thumbs up. Oh, no, we're, yes, just the judge to come on there still. All looking good, ref. Yes, the scene is set. We've been given the thumbs up to get underway with the first final of the day here, the novice wool handling final. Judges ready, competitors ready, shearers, hold, sorry. Okay, not yet, hold. Oh, okay, door was up. Yes, shearers, go. Out to come now with the first of the 4 sheep, the 4 fleeces that's going to be looked after here with these wool handlers. So a good line-up here in this novice with Stephen, Jessica and Bate. So 4 sheep each to shear. Once the shearers step up the neck on these 3 stands, the other 3 shearers will come out. So that'll be very shortly. You'll see these 3 shearers stepping up the neck. And now the shearers on 2, 4 and 6, they are going to come out with their first sheep. And that creates a bit more pressure for the wool handler. So very shortly we will see the wool handling first throw here in the novice. And then it gets a bit more exciting when we get that throw on the table. So the wool handlers will be quite busy then to keep. We'll have to keep an eye behind to see what's going on with the shearers, along with trying to get that fleece rolled up and skirted around and all those things that have to happen. So they're preparing the fleece now for the throw, for the first throws. And where's it going to come from first? The shearers will practically finish together, and Beat there is picking up our fleece. And the first throw is coming on table number 2, a good throw. And on table number 3, a big fleece and a good throw from Stevie. So all good throws here, Hugh.
Yeah, so the first fleeces have all hit the table. Now they're on the roll. Jessica Marwick starts. She flicks all that weathered wool into the middle so that they present nice, fresh, clean cut wool to the wool board on the outside of the fleece. They're looking over their shoulders to see where those shearers are. They've got to make sure they don't miss anything at all. Jess is running, Beth is running, Stephen is running. Big throw there from Beth Logan. It landed as flat as a penny. Same for Jess, same for Stephen. This is a hell of a final, ladies and gentlemen. They're really sticking to their work now. They're running around the table. Who's going to be the first to have that all wrapped up and ready to be sent away? Looking over their shoulders all the time, otherwise they could miss something from those shearers. So Jess Marwick is on the roll. Beth Logan is on the roll. Stephen Wilson looking cool, calm and collected. Is Stephen Wilson there on table number 1. Jess Marwick had a look over her shoulder. So these shearers now then are finishing. They will step in onto the board, out of the way, into the pen they stroll. Jess has got another one to throw. Cracking throws on tables 2 and 3. A little bit over the edge of the table maybe, but I'm not the judge. Whereas Stephen is on the roll up. He looked over at the shearer and I thought, I'm going to have to pull my finger out. Stephen then is on the roll. Jess is on the roll. Beth Logan, powered by gin and fibre tree up there on table number 3. She's going for it. She's tucked the neckband in. She sends it away to be judged. So does Stephen. Stephen's getting quicker and quicker. Beth is getting quicker. Jess Marwick is looking over her shoulder at the other 2. They're going to gather up now. Beth has thrown it onto the table. Flat as a penny. Good throw from Jess Marwick. Stephen's got a bigger, looser fleece. He just gathers it up. He wants to get this right. Up the table for Stephen and a good throw there. Into the roll they go now, the Jess and Beth. They travelled over to Northern Ireland together. They'll be travelling home together. They want the bragging rights on the journey. Into the judges, the fleece goes. Jess is on the tuck. Stephen, he's rapping away. He wants to make that neckband. Make it right. So now Beth Logan is already on the broom. All those little bits have got to work their way to the baskets, George.
Yes, very much so. Against the clock now. The pressure is on. The brooms are moving. Who's going to get that tidy up done first? At the first minute, and then the time changes after that. It gets even more difficult. You penalise more. They have the brooms going under the table, but it's already beat. It's down on the 1 knee, and it's beat there first off on table number 3. The hand goes up. So she has made that time there. And now it's Stephen and Jessica as they battle out here with the final tidy up. Jessica down on 1 knee, sorting out the different oddments into the different baskets. And it's Jessica's out on table number 2. Stephen leaving nothing there for the judges to get as it cleans up that clean-up area. Sorting out the oddments into the bins now for Stephen. It's all happening and Stephen puts up his hand. Put your hands together for the novice wool landing final. Well done.
Yeah, terrific spectacle of wool handling there, ladies and gentlemen. So as our judges take the baskets away to sort out to see if anything has been put into the fleece that shouldn't have been, or anything that has been taken into the baskets that should have been in the fleece, they will be penalising for that. Because this is all about the preparation of this wonderful fibre, this natural wool fibre to send up there to the wool buyers. We are seeing a little bit better price, but not where it should be at the minute. It's only 1% of all the fibres in the world are actually wool worldwide. 75% of the fibres that we use are plastic in microfibres. But if you want to see an environmental benefit, then wool is the way to go, because if you look at a kilo of wool that we cut off these sheep, 50% of that is permanently locked up carbon. So a sheep every year will lock up between 1 and 2 kilos of carbon. So instead of planting trees everywhere, as we're being advised to do by the experts, we should be keeping more sheep, because not only will they clothe us, they will feed us with a protein that will give us all the micro and macronutrients that we need. So maybe when you're thinking about it, keep more sheep and plant less trees. I've just been handed a piece of paper by a very important man that's come to the shearing, Sir John McCulloch. And as well as having the World Shearing Championships this year over at the Royal Highland, this year the World Sheepdog Trials are coming to Ireland, and they, if anybody would like to hire a trade stand there, come and have a word with John or have a look on the website, because they have not only sponsorship opportunities, but if you want to take a trade stand, there will be people from all over the world. I don't know how many countries, of 30 countries. That's a lot of poo bags you're going to have to provide. But there are the best sheepdogs in the world will be coming. 240 of the world's best sheepdogs will be coming over to Ireland, to Guildhall, Drummore, County Down, and that will be in September, early September. So if anybody would like to come along and see the sheepdogs, because without the sheepdogs we wouldn't be able to get the sheep into the pens to cut the wool off them in the first place. So we've seen these wool handlers just compete in their finals, and now they're just helping us here to tidy up the last few of the mob so that they can all be sent back to the farmers, all shorn.
Just to let you all know as well that the Six Nations machine shearing, along with the All-Ireland shearing, will take place in Clonmany, County Donegal on the 7th and 8th, I'm pretty sure, of August. But it's certainly on that Tuesday and Wednesday. That's the All-Ireland shearing along with the Six Nations machine shearing. I've been corrected on that. It's the 8th and 9th, but that's the Tuesday and the Wednesday. And it goes along in conjunction with the Clonmany show. So if you want the weekend away, they also have a festival weekend of country music up there as well. So if you want the week away, head for Clonmany, County Donegal on the 8th and 9th of August. You have music, you have sheep shearing, and you have the Six Nations.
Okay, I've been told to start running things again by the very important John Murphy. Everything is set to go. The baskets and the buckets are there. The boards have been swept clean. The shearers are all rearing to go on the boards. The judges are all like coiled springs. Seven Blackie fleeces. Does this mean they've got to be rolled the Blackie way? They're rolled as Blackie fleeces upside down. So they will be rolled the proper way for Blackie fleeces, which is the other way round to as all crossbred fleeces are judged. So when you see these Blackie fleeces now being thrown, and they will be rolled with the clean side in and the weathered side out, which is the other way around from how we would normally do it. Okay then, the names will go up, the sheep are in the pens. The draw will have been completed. Harry, can we have you on the side of the stage, please? Jonathan, can we have you the other side of the stage to get you on? You've done this enough times, you should know. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, this is the open wool handling final. The names will go up on the board. Please give them a very, very warm welcome as they come up onto the stage. To table, can we have the names up, please? Or we've got the draw coming. To table number 3, Jonathan Hackle from Norway.
And on to table number 2, it's Rachel Murphy.
And to table number 1, Audrey Aiken. So these 3 competitors are going to have a scrap now with these 7 fleeces that they will be throwing. Not only will they be fighting today, but they will all be representing their countries at the World Championships. Audrey will be representing Scotland. Rachel will be representing Northern Ireland. And Jonathan will be representing Norway. So a cracking lineup here, George.
Yes, a great lineup here in the open wool handling final. And it's all about the presentation of wool, presenting the wool properly. It's really, really important. That's what helps to cover the cost of shearing and bring in some more money to the farmer. One of our great natural products, the only product I know that will keep you warm in winter and cool in summer. You won't get a more environmental friendly product than the wool. So you'll see our wool handlers placing the fleece baskets and oddment bins now to suit their style of wool handling. There's a designated marked out area up there and they must walk within that area. They can go up and have a quick look at the sheep. And once they've done that and we get the thumbs up from the referee, we'll be ready to get on the way with the open wool handling final. Plenty of experience up here. And remember, it's not like shearing. They are only against the clock when the shears are finished. Then they're against the clock. The time goes, if it goes over 1 minute, it increases a lot more. So they're having a quick look here now, sorting out what they want to do. And the judge, a referee, please, to table number 3.
So Audrey Lang, now Aiken, has represented Scotland at several World Championships. Rachel Murphy has represented Northern Ireland at several World Championships. And Jonathan Hackle from Norway has represented Norway at many, many World Championships. Anna maybe will come and tell me how many he's done in a minute.
So it looks like the scene is set. We've got the thumbs up from a referee, is that right? Yes, we're ready to get underway with the open wool handling final. While trying to keep up to date what's happening, the judges will enforce the rules and the wool handlers will look after the wool. So that's what's going to happen now over the next couple of minutes. Judges are ready, our wool handlers are ready, shearers, go! We are on the way with the open wool handling final, the second final at the afternoon here on the Morris McGarry stand at Balmoral Show 2023. So you can see our wool handlers there ready to engage. And once the shearers step up the neck here on stands 1, 3 and 5, the shearers on 2, 4 and 6, they'll come out with their sheep. And they're looking after 7 fleeces, so this is a good test. This will be a very, very good open wool handling final. And it's a real test as well with what's the fleeces they have to look after. So it'll be interesting to look at the throws this time. And away they go now. It won't be too long till we see the first of the throws here. 3 very, very experienced wool handlers. The shearers will keep up that pace as they would do in the sheds all day, every day. They'll make these wool handlers work. Sometimes these wool handlers will be looking after 3 or 4 shearers. Very shortly we'll see the first fleece being prepared and lifted up for the throw, and see the throw on the table. So who's going to get that fleece there first? Very little between them. And now the first of the throws on table number 3. A good throw there from Jonathan, a good throw on table number 1 from Margie and Rachel. On table number 2, it's all on here now. The first fleece is on the table and the roll up is all starting to happen, Hugh, in the open wool handling final.
Yeah, and of course this is now going to be rolled the traditional Blackie way, which is the upside down way to how we normally see fleeces presented to the wool board. This is how all Blackie wool goes in, with the weathered side on the outside. The cut wool is on the inside. And it looks as if our wool handlers have all accomplished that. They're all keeping an eye on these shearers. They're ready and waiting. The crutch is being collected. They're waiting for the shearers. Rachel Murphy then ready to go. Up the table for her and Jonathan. Cracking throw from Rachel. Good throw from Jonathan. The judges are looking for any wool overhanging that table, and they will be penalising for every size of A4 that is hanging over the outside. Good throw from Audrey Aiken up there on table number 1. But it's Rachel Murphy. She is really finding form. Rachel Murphy banged the table just to let everybody else know that she's out in front. Jonathan Hackle back up and having a go. Rachel Murphy flicks that wool, making it look very easy. Look at her dancing round. Jonathan Hackle, another big throw. Big looser fleece from Jonathan. Audrey has put a fleece onto the clean floor, which is allowed under the rules. Rachel, though, has got it under control. She's saying, this is my show, let's go for it. Rachel then on that neckband, rolls it up. Jonathan's rolling, Audrey's rolling. She looks over her shoulder, another bang at the table. She's meaning business here, George.
Certainly is, yeah, it's all on here. And of course you can get behind your favourite wool handler and cheer him on and give him a bit of support. You have your local wool handler here, Rachel Murphy on table number 2. Jonathan Gerard from Norway, he's on table number 3. And RJ Aiken from Scotland on table number 1. And the way they go now, we'll see another fleece being thrown very shortly. and it's going to happen on table number 1. Yes, another good throw. A good throw from Rachel, table number 2. And Jonathan goes back to pick up his other fleece on table number 3. Yes, and a good throw there. So good throws here, good wool handling. The pressure is on now, the open wool handling final. Remember, they're only against the clock when the shears are finished. That's when the real pressure comes on. And it's how they manage what they're doing up here is so important. So away to go now, the open wool handling final, Balmoral 2023. What a line-up in RG, Rachel and Jonathan there. And a good throw there from Rachel. Table number 2, doing a final check on things just to make sure everything is right. Picking up a fleece. Fleece is Jonathan there. Gerard from Norway. He's table number 3. RG on table number 1. Changes her mind, goes back there, and that's RG. A good flick around the fleece now. She tucks it in from each side, and the roll up is on. Not a lot between them here. This is a very good open wool handling final and a great test here, Q.
Yeah, so Rachel Murphy, another bang on the table to let him know she's out in front. Jonathan Hackle is really chasing hard. So too is Audrey Aiken. But it's Rachel Murphy, the Northern Ireland competitor. Where's the Northern Ireland support? Because Rachel Murphy is working like a train. She's sorting as she goes. She's throwing these fleeces very well. Audrey lifts a fleece, lays it on the table, flat as a penny. In goes the belly wool, and she's on the roller. Jonathan has a look over his shoulder. That shearer is finishing. Rachel is picking up the fleece with him. Rachel is lifting it. Jonathan's lifted. Jonathan's gone in front, but Rachel's caught. And a cracking throw from Rachel Murphy. Look at her. She's bailing that machine. She's like a McHale bailer, rolling that fleece as tight as she can go. Jonathan Hackle is really starting to move, but Rachel Murphy is banging that table again. She's up there waiting for the shearer. She's thrown the last fleece, ladies and gentlemen. She's on the roll up. Another bang at the table. Jonathan's on the roll. Audrey's on the roll. They've got one fleece each, but the Northern Ireland competitor is rolling the last fleece. She's on the roll. She tucks the band, and Rachel Murphy bangs that table again, George.
Yes, and she picks up the broom now, and the clean-up is on. Come on, support your competitors there. Get behind them and cheer them on. It's the open wool handling final 2023 at Balmoral Show. The roll-up is on with RG on table 1. Jonathan Norwegian on table number 3. But the broom is flying on table number 2 for Rachel Murphy. She's down on one knee under the table, and I don't think she's playing at this moment. She cleans over the wool to the oddment baskets. Once she gets that sorted out, the hand will go up and her time will be taken. The broom is there with RG as well, and she's going. The final roll-up with Jonathan on table number 3. But it's Rachel Murphy now as she goes down on one knee. Sorts the different bits and pieces, and very soon the hand will go up on table number 2. Put your hands together for Rachel Murphy. Now we've Audrey and Jonathan there, and the broom is going with both of them. They'll make that broom work. They'll make sure there's nothing left there for the judges to clean off. It's Jonathan and Norwegian. It's Audrey there on table number 1. She has a broom in each hand. That's Audrey. She's making the two brooms work, and the clean-up is on. Very little between them at the moment. Table 1 and table 3. Whose hand is going to go up first? It looks like it might be the Norwegian. We don't know yet. Audrey is right there as well. Nothing between these two wool handlers. It's Jonathan, the Norwegian. We've Audrey here now on table number 1. She's down on one knee with the broom on the shoulder. The hand goes up. Her time is taken. Put your hands together for the open wool handling finalist. Well done.
What a final for those wool handlers. All I can say is the winner better have a long speech ready to go.
Testing 1, 2. Open finalist, if you can go to see Jane there or John Murphy to make the draw, please. Open finalist to the left-hand side, the shearing stage, to make the draw immediately, please. We have to get underway with this open final within minutes.
Could we have all judges to the top of the steps, please? All the machine shearing judges to the top of the steps, especially Brian McGahey. So our judges are all having a bit of a meeting up on the top. We're ready to go, ladies and gentlemen, with the open final. Finalists, you are allowed one pen man only up on the top, but we do need tipper-uppers out the back. So if anybody can go and tip up sheep out the back, we will get underway very shortly with this, the open final. And this is going to be quick, ladies and gentlemen. It'll almost be as quick as a politician can change a promise, and that's pretty bloody fast. So it looks like we've just got a little bit of a technical issue that is going to be sorted out. Failing that, has anybody got a hammer? There will be 20 sheep in each pen. 20 sheep in each pen for these open finalists to shear.
We would also like to take this opportunity to welcome all the media here and thank all the media for coming to support the Olympics of sheep shearing and wool handling with super athletes taking part. So we're very grateful for the media for their support here and the coverage at the Sheep Shearing Balmoral Show 2023. And
of course, we're very grateful to all our sponsors that have kept us going for the whole week of competition, and we've had a great week here at the Morris McGahey stand. This is sponsored by the Ulster Wool Growers Limited over there in County Antrim. And you can see all our sponsors' banners all over the stage, all over the building, and we're very, very grateful to you all. Lister, of course, have been over, making sure that the machinery is flying, ready for these athletes to take to the boards. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last event here at the Royal Ulster 2023. So please give our judges a very warm welcome to the stage, George.
On to stand number 6, please give a warm welcome on to Ian Montgomery. John Murphy. On 5 it will be Brian McGaddy. 4 Finn Butler. On 3 Tom Dunn. Number 2 will be Davy Jones, and on 1 it's Colin Crowe. Our spare judge is Brian Wilson. Our board referee, Mr. Davy O'Neill. Judging out the back, Mr. Richard Schofield, Ian Montgomery, and Peter Webber, with the referee being Mr. Andy Rankin. Come on, give them a warm welcome there. They've worked hard here for the past 4 days. And don't forget our timekeepers here beside us, who have been doing a wonderful job over the past 4 days as well.
Yeah, our judges are all very experienced shearers. They've all seen it all, they've done it all, it's just they can't remember bugger all about it anymore. So we're ready to go then, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the big open final for 2023. Give them a warm welcome as they come up to stand number 6, Matt Smith.
From Wales on stand number 5, Richard Jones.
To stand number 4, Callum Shaw.
And 3 from Wales will be Guyon Evans.
To stand number 2, the local man, Jack Robinson.
And on to stand number 1, from Ireland and Donegal, Ivan Scott.
Now this is a fashion parade, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, this was last year's season. This is this year's season.
So our shearers are lined up for this 20 sheep final. You are about to watch the Olympics of sheep shearing, with 6 super athletes taking part here. It promises to be a real spectacle.
They are going to be flat out, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to be that flat out, they're going to be like a badger on a bypass. So we're ready to go then, gentlemen. We've got a thumbs up coming from our referee. Where is our referee? He's hiding around the corner. The penmen are all very experienced shearers. They will hand those sheep in the order that their shearer wants them to come in. Some will take the best one first, some will take the best one last. They will work through. All they know is they've got to shear 20 sheep a little bit faster and a little bit cleaner than the man next to them to take that Royal Ulster title home. Our team of judges on the boards are looking for any second cuts or double cuts of the wool, which devalues that wool, so we keep it to a minimum. Every time they see a double cut, you will see the board penalty mark. The middle coloured number will go up. That will be divided by the number of sheep shorn. Then we've got another team of judges out the back that are looking for any wool left on the sheep. If there are any little skin cuts, nicks or blemishes before they're treated, they will be penalised. And then we take the time into account. It's a point for every 20 seconds. So it's not the fastest shearer that will come out on top. It is going to be the fastest, cleanest shearer that will take home the Royal Ulster title 2023. Okay, we've got a thumbs up from the referee. That is like the green light going on like Formula One. Shearers on your doors. Timekeepers ready. Judges ready. Shearers go. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 20 sheep to shear. They will be putting them down the portal in about 14, 15 minutes. Into the back leg they go, all the way along the line. Ivan Scott from the Republic of Ireland on one. He's a former world record holder on lambs. Then we got Jack Robinson. He will be representing Northern Ireland at the World Championships on two. Gwion Evans will be representing Wales at the World Champs on three. Callum Shaw, the Scottish champion, is on four. He will be representing Scotland. Richard Jones is the current world champion, and Matt Smith is the English champion. He's a world record holder. In go Callum, Matt, and Jack Robinson together, Tom.
Yes, it's all on here now. The big one, the big open final, the one we've been waiting for. Down the last side comes the Welshman, Gwion Evans. Jack Robinson into the first hind leg on two. And out comes Richard Jones. He's out his second sheep, but it's already Callum Shaw up the net. A bit of a wriggler on three. Settler down and away he goes again. Matt Smith up the neck there, but Callum Shaw up around the back of the head, drops down to the first shoulder. Up goes Ivan Scott. Jack Robinson is there. Out comes Gwion Evans, Callum Shaw, Richard Jones, and Matt Smith stepping over. Well, who's going to get the turn first? It's Callum Shaw, the Scotsman. One blow ahead of Matt Smith at the moment. Down the last side, down to the shoulder to come. It's Jack Robinson now. He's pumping out down to the flank and out the back leg he goes. Very little in it. Could be the local man. Callum Shaw is right there. Matt Smith is there. And it's Callum Shaw just a blow ahead of Jack at the moment. Sean.
Yes, and it's Jack Robinson and Ivan Scott going together with Matt Smith on stand 6 is still there right with him. And it's the big open final. We've been building up to this one for 4 days now here in Balmoral at the Morris McGaney stand. Matt Smith up there on stand number 6. He won it last year in Balmoral. I bet he wants to bring this crown back to Cornwall with him this year. On stand number 6 is the Englishman. On stand 6, it's Ivan Scott and Jack Robinson up there now on stands 1 and 2. It's looking like a blow or two in front of the field is Jack Robinson on 2. Long blow time for the Scotsman. On stand number 4 is Callum Shaw as he clears the cheek and turns her home, and down the last side he comes. He's absolutely flying it up there now. You have Gwion Evans, the Welshman, steps through, breaks open the neck, well, and away he goes there now is Gwion on stand 3. You have the world champion there now from Wales. He's a bit of a wriggler, but he'll settle her down and away he go. Clears the cheek and away goes Richard Jones there now, the man. He's a champion shearer of Wales and the world champion. Is he rounding off the last front shoulder? And away he goes. But who's into for the next one? Jack Robinson has already 4 on the board. Matt Smith's right there with him as Ivan Scott puts in the finishing touches at number 3 and comes out with 4 on the board. Gwion Evans, few flicks out over the tailhead for him, and he comes out with his 4 sheep out on number 20. They're shearing 20 sheep here to find the best shearer at the Royal Ulster U.
Yes, on the way to go now, and up the neck goes Matt Smith. Callum Shaw down into the long blow. Callum steps over into the first leg goes Gwion Evans, Jack Robinson and Ivan Scott. Jack down into the long blow, step in the neck is Gwion. Callum Shaw down to the shoulder and down the last side. Matt Smith there, Richard Jones. But as Callum Shaw, Hugh comes down and out the back leg he goes.
Yes, old Callum Shaw, the flying Scotsman there on stand number 4, is about to go into the pen. He's being chased hard by Jack Robinson and Matt Smith. In goes Callum, in goes Jack. Ivan Scott's there, Matt Smith's there, Richard Jones is there. Gwion Evans, he can really shift when he wants to. Gwion Evans is coming down this last side now, but already up the neck and into the front shoulder is Callum Shaw, the flying Scotsman. She has a bit of a kick and a wriggle. That's allowed Jack Robinson, the Northern Ireland man, to come back into the party. Into the front shoulder is Richard Jones, Matt Smith. But already turning for home is Callum Shaw. Jack Robinson will turn for home if she'll sit still. Callum's down and out the hind leg. Jack Robinson down to the hind leg. Matt Smith will be down to the hind leg. But it's still Callum Shaw, the flying Scotsman, is coming around the top of the tail, and he runs into the pen for sheep number 6 there, George.
Yes, number 6 out on the board. Now it's all on here. and you need to get behind your favourite shearers up there and cheer them on. It's the big one, it's the open final. Out comes Ivan Jack is out there, Guion Evans down the last side, Callum Shaw into the first hind leg. Out comes the Welshman Richard Jones, Matt Smith on the undermine, but as Callum Shaw pops up the neck there, stand number 4, up the neck goes Jack. Ivan is up the neck as well on stand number 1. Out comes Guion Evans, and the all competitors now with their 6 sheep on the board. It's Matt Smith drops down to the first shoulder and on into the long low. A bit of a wriggle there with Callum Shaw, but he gets the turn down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Ivan has stepped over, Jack has stepped over, Ivan gets the turn, and Ivan Scott coming back now at Callum Shaw with every blow. Richard Jones is there, Matt Smith is there, but it's going to be Callum Shaw down the board hole, closely followed by Ivan Scott on number 1.
Yes, and away to go. They're having a real battle on here now on stands 1 and 4 as they're bowled out with sheep number 7 on the board. Jack Robinson says, yes, you aren't going to get too far from me. I'm 7-2 as well as Matt Smith. Undermine time for Callum Shaw, the Scottish champion up there on stand number 4. Breaks open the neck, will dropping down into the first front shoulder. Down around the back of the head he goes. It's the Irishman on stand number 1, Ivan Scott. Breaks open the neck, will there now and away to go. Jack Robinson steps through up the neck and away goes Jack there now. He'll be representing Northern Ireland at the World Championships in Scotland in June, but it's still all happening there on stand number 4 with Callum Shaw, the Scotsman, down to the flank and out the back leg and away he goes. He's having a cracking shear up there now as he puts 7 down the porthole and comes out with number 8. You have the 2 Welshmen there now on stands 3 and 5. Richard Jones are now after getting a few blows back as he comes down and out the back leg. He's a bit of a dancer. He said, I don't want to dance because I want to win. He puts her down the porthole and comes out with sheep number 8 on the board for the Welshman, closely followed by their Matt Smith on stands 5 and 6. Ivan and Jack there now on 1 and 2. Jack puts in the finishing touches there on number 7. Ivan's into the undermine there of 8. And now it's Guion Evans, the Welshman on 3, pulls out sheep number 8 on the board, but is still leading the field and setting the pace. It's the Scotsman on stand number 4. Long blow time for Callum Shaw as he comes around, clears the cheek and down the shoulder he comes, George.
Yes, and away to go now, and it's Callum Shaw turns her home. Ivan down in the long blow, Guion Evans, 8 all around on the board there now. Guion Evans is coming right back into it as well. What's the Scotsman, Callum Shaw, down and out the back leg he goes, but Matt Smith on stand number 6 has picked up the lead there. It's Matt Smith, he's out now with number 9 on the board, and Ivan Scott is there as well on number 1, so it's 1 and 6 at the moment, Hugh.
Yeah, so Matt Smith, the English Kiwi there on stand number 6. He's going to be shouted on by everybody back home in Cornwall. Up the neck he goes, he says, sit still you tart. Into the front shoulder goes Callum. Into the front shoulder goes Matt. Where's Ivan? He's up the neck and into the front shoulder. He's really joined the party. Callum Shaw has pressed the turbo again. Look at him go. That solar panel is working overtime. And that Scotsman is starting to fly. Out the hind leg goes Callum Shaw. She has a bit of a kick and a wriggle. Down the last side and into the pen will go Callum Shaw. He made sure she went into the portal. In goes Matt Smith and Ivan Scott together. Guion Evans is getting quicker. Richard Jones has got a kicker. That's allowed Callum Shaw to punch those blows up the undermine. Up the neck goes Callum. Up into that back leg is Ivan. But already up the neck is Matt Smith. He's sticking to Callum Shaw like a wart there, George.
Very much so, and out comes Jack with number 10 on the board as well. Guion Evans, he's up the neck. Callum Shaw, Richard Jones, Matt Smith and Ivan Scott. Very little in it, but Callum Shaw gets to turn down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. There's about 4 blows between them, but it's the Scotsman. Callum Shaw down and out the back leg. Ivan gets to turn down to the shoulder. Down the last side comes Matt Smith, but it's still Callum Shaw, the Scotsman. Out he comes there on stand. Keep those numbers right, pen men, please. Ivan Scott and Matt Smith, they're out together. In and out they come with sheep number 11 on the board there, and away they go.
Yeah, so all shearers all now past the halfway point and away to go. You have the Kiwi in Cornwall on stand 6 into the undermine and away he goes. Steps through up the neck, he's absolutely flying it there now is Matt Smith. Richard Jones down to the last side and down the money side of the sheep he comes there now with 10 on the board for Richard. But it's still there, Callum Shaw on stand number 4 down around the last front shoulder and away to go. Jack Robinson's out with 11 on the board. Is a local man there now on stand number 2 is Jack Robinson. Ivan Scott gets the turn, clears the cheek down around around the last front shoulder there now and away to go. They're absolutely flying it there now. 9 sheep left in the pin. They're shearing 20 sheep each in the big open final. Callum Shaw now with 11 on the board. And away to go, George.
Yes, very much. Out comes Matt Smith. Ivan is out there still locked together. There's only a belly between them. Callum Shaw into the first hind leg. Richard Jones down at the long blow of 11. A bit of a wriggle out of Guion. I settle it down the way he goes again. Jack Robinson, he's about to get the turn and head for home. Down the money side. Up the neck is Matt Smith. Up the neck is Ivan Scott. Down to the first shoulder is Callum Shaw. Turning for home is Rich Jones on 11. On 12 there's Guion Evans. He's up the neck. Down at the long blow, Callum Shaw. And it's Ivan Scott. Down at the long blows. Who's going to get the turn first this time? It's Callum Shaw. Down to the shoulder and down the last side. Keep those numbers right, penmen. They can't be right there. Check those numbers and make sure they're right. It's Matt Smith. Down to the shoulder and down the last side he comes. Ivan Scott is locked there with Ivan. But it's Callum Shaw. Down the board also he goes. And he's out. Is it number 13 on the board? I'm looking for some, but not for Callum Shaw. Ivan is out. A blow ahead of Matt Smith. A quick change of steel there on stand number 6, Hugh.
Yeah, change of steel, but these boys can change a steel faster than a politician will change a promise. And that belly will's come off for Matt Smith. Up the neck and into the front shoulder is Callum Shaw. Ivan Scott is up the neck and into the front shoulder. Matt Smith is up the neck and into the front shoulder. Guion Evans is coming. The Welshman is chasing. Jack Robinson is putting the finishing touches at 12. He will go in for 13 as well. But already turning for home is Callum Shaw. But he's being hunted down by Ivan Scott, ladies and gentlemen. Ivan Scott is chasing. Great Scott is coming. Change of steel for Callum. In goes Ivan Scott. In goes Callum Shaw. Matt Smith is getting quicker. He goes in for sheep number 14, George.
Yes, and away to go now. It's all happening, but you're too quiet out there. Come on, get behind your favourite, cheer and cheer him on. Give him a bit of support. Pass it. Let us hear it for him. Up the neck goes Ivan Scott. Callum Shaw is up the neck. Matt Smith is up the neck. It's all happening. The Welshman Guion Evans is out. Jack Robinson, your own local hero. Down the last side he comes, and out the back leg goes Jack. A quick change of steel for Richie Jones, the Welshman. Down comes Callum Shaw. The long blow is Matt Smith. Ivan Scott gets the turn for home. Out comes Jack on stand number 2. Who's going to get the drop first this time? Out the back legs goes Callum Shaw and Matt Smith. There's only a blow between the two shears. It's Callum Shaw, the Scotsman. He's in. He's out with 15. Out comes Ivan Scott. Out comes Matt Smith too.
Yeah, now this is warming up to be a grandstand finish. The belly's out for Callum. The belly's out for Ivan. The belly's out for Matt. Into the back leg they go. Up the neck goes Callum. Up the neck goes Ivan and Matt together. They're chasing him hard now. Up the neck and into that front shoulder. And they're really starting to rock and roll down into those long blows. Guion and Richard, the Welsh team, go in and out together. Out they come with sheep number 15, but already turning a 1, 4 and 6. It's still a battle royal. A Scotsman, an Irishman and an Englishman, but this is no joke because Callum Shaw is sticking. No, in goes Matt Smith this time. In goes Ivan Scott, and they're sticking to their task, George.
Yes, it's all on here. What a spectacle, the open final. Balmoral 2023. It's Matt Smith into the first hind leg. Ivan Scott is there as well. It stands 1 and 2 at the minute. Callum Shaw, the belly will comes off. With Matt Smith up the neck, Ivan Scott up the neck. So it's 1 and 6 now. Into the first hind leg goes Callum Shaw. Richard Jones down the last side of 15. Gwyn and Evans, Jack Robinson down in the long blow. Jack is coming back with every blow. Who's going to get the turn first this time? Is it Matt or Ivan? It's Ivan Scott. Just one blow ahead of Matt Smith at the moment. And they're on sheep number 16 with 4 more left in the pen. Get behind your favourite cheer and cheer them on.
Yeah, but Callum Shaw is still sticking to his task. Jack Robinson said, get your head in there, girl. In goes Ivan. In goes Matt. This is battle royal stuff. Callum Shaw had a torrid time on that one, and she's still kicking and wriggling. His sister is shouting, come on, Callum. And he's starting to listen. He's gritting his teeth. He fires her into the portal. He goes in for 17. But already then, on that long blow, we have the former world champion, the current world champion. They're on the long blows, ladies and gentlemen. They're turning for home. Matt Smith has turned. Ivan Scott has turned. Around the shoulder they come. They're coming out the hind leg. There are 3 sheep left in the pen. But it's going to be Matt Smith first, just by a whisker from Ivan.
Yes, and out comes Ivan, out comes Matt, and away to go. Down the last side comes Jack is out there with 17 on the board on 2. Guion Evans down into the first shoulder. Callum Shaw, the Scotsman, out the back leg. Richard Jones down into the first shoulder. Who's up the neck? It's Matt Smith and Ivan Scott. Stands 1 and 6. They're up together on sheep number 18. 2 more left in the pen. The Olympics of sheep shearing. And away they come now. Who's going to get the turn first? Matt Smith down into the long blow. He steps over. Ivan steps over. And they're pumping away to go. Ivan gets the turn. Down the last side they come there now, Hugh.
Yeah, so Matt Smith around the turn. Ivan's around the turn. Out the hind leg all together. This is synchronised shearing, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to be the first? It's Ivan Scott this time. From the English Kiwi. Matt Smith goes in for 19. Last one out onto the board. Belly wall out for those two. In goes Jack Robinson for 18. Guion's up the neck on 18. Callum down the last side of 18. Richard Jones up the neck on 18. But the men on 1 and 6 are still having a ding-dong. Up the neck and into the front shoulder. Blow for blow, the two men. Callum Shaw gets rid of that one. Ivan steps. Matt steps. Ivan turns. Matt turns. This is real ding-dong stuff. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side they come. Out the hind leg is Matt Smith. Out the hind leg is Ivan Scott. Into the pen goes Matt. Into the pen goes Ivan.
Yes, it's 1-6-6-1 and away they go. Don't forget Jack Robinson, Guion Evans, Callum Shaw and Richard Jones. They're all there. But it's 6-1 and 1 and 6 at the moment. And it's Matt Smith pumping into blows up the neck. Couple of big sweeping blows for Ivan. He's up the neck and stand number 1. Matt Smith is up and around the back of the head, dropping down to the first shoulder. Come on, get behind him and cheer him on. Here's Ivan Scott down into the first shoulder. Matt Smith down into the long blow. Who's going to get the turn first? It's Matt Smith. It's Ivan Scott. Steps over. And it's Matt Smith down the last side he comes.
So Matt Smith out the hind leg. 3 blows left to do. 2 more. 1 more. Out goes Matt Smith on stand number 6, ladies and gentlemen.
We have Ivan Scott there on stand number 1. Out the back leg goes Ivan. 1, 2. It's Ivan Scott. Put your hands together for him. Out comes Callum Shaw with 20 on the board. Don't forget Rich Jones, Jack Robinson and Guion Evans. Out the back leg goes Richard Jones there. Down the board also goes. He comes out with number 20 on the board. Callum Shaw with 20. Down the last side to 19 comes Jack. It's Guion Evans on 20. Callum Shaw, the Scotsman. He's up the neck on 20. The open final. What a final. Richard Jones pumping in those blows now steps up. And Callum Shaw, he drops down to the first shoulder. Out comes Jack Robinson now with his 20th and final sheep on the board. The final sheep with the 4 competitors now. Get behind him and get a mighty cheer on there. Come on, let us hear it for him. So now we get the turn. Who's it going to be? There's a real battle on here with 3 shears at the moment. It's Guion Evans, Callum Shaw and Richard Jones. And the cleanest shearer, Jack Robinson. He's down into the first shoulder. Out the back leg they go. And it's Callum Shaw, the Scotsman. Richard Jones, the Welshman. Guion Evans, the Welshman. Now you have your own Jack Robinson. Down the last side he comes. Jack Robinson down to the shoulder and down the last side. Come on, get behind him for the last couple of seconds. Come on, cheer on. It's Jack. Cheer on. Out the back leg goes Jack Robinson. Put your hands together for a wonderful open final.
What a final, ladies and gentlemen. As these athletes come down from the board, give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see, there's a little bit of pain being expressed as these shearers come out. They have left everything on the board. We often hear the phrase work their guts out, and by God, I think we've just seen 6 people do that. What a final, ladies and gentlemen. So we're just going to have a very quick clean-up, then we will have the results. Remember, it is not always the fastest man that wins. It is the fastest, cleanest shearer that will come out on top at the end of the number crunching. So don't go too far away. We'll be very quick with those results, and we will be able to present you with our Royal Ulster Open Champion wool handler, the Novice wool handler, and the Royal Ulster Open Shearing Champion. So don't go too far away. and we will be very, very quick with the results. Richard Schofield, please. Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, today brings the end of 4 days of very successful competition here at the Royal Ulster. And before we get into today's competitions, I would now like to invite up the team that will be representing Northern Ireland in the Worshipful Company of Woolman Junior Final at the Royal Welsh Show in July. And it gives me great pleasure to have Mr. Richard Schofield, the training manager for British Wool, to present these two individuals. They're both junior shearers that will be travelling. The Worshipful Company of Woolman competition is an amazing opportunity for young shearers. There are great cash rewards, and it's a great way to get onto courses and to learn a lot and develop young shearers. And those two members that will be going to represent Northern Ireland at the Royal Welsh will be Fraser Caldwell from Armagh and Dean Loughlin from Gorton. Come on up, gentlemen. So there you have a voucher. They'll come over for a photograph. And we look forward to welcoming you to the Royal Welsh. So whilst they have their photograph taken, we'll now move on to the wool handling development test, sponsored by Ulster Wool, and the representative is Jane. You all know Jane. She does a terrific amount of work for you at the Royal Ulster alongside an amazing team, because the committee that Gerard Kelly leads here at the Royal Ulster is an amazing community. They run a team of wool handlers, timekeepers, scorers, everybody out the back that make this competition an amazing competition. So please give the whole committee a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So Jane is going to be presenting these prizes. She normally organises the prizes. So this competition has been developed to encourage and enhance the novice and open wool handlers across the UK. It gives up-and-coming novice competitors the experience of being in a team environment under the guidance of their open teammate, and assists the open competitors to develop their team skills for team events such as the World Championships that are coming up. So could we have all three teams up onto the stage, please? So the three teams, come on up onto the stage, please. And their managers. So the manager for Scotland is Andy Rankin. The manager for England is Peter Webber, and the manager for Northern Ireland was Gerard Kelly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, between third and second there are 13 points, which in a wool handling competition is nothing. The third place will receive £50, and this goes to Scotland. Jess Marwick was the novice, Rosie Keenan the open wool handler, and Andy Rankin the manager. The runners-up will receive £75, and they are England. The novice was Emily Gould, the Open was Penny Bell, and Peter Webber was the manager. So that means, ladies and gentlemen, that the winners of the Wool Handling Development Test are Northern Ireland. Rachel Murphy, the Open Wool Handler, Stephen Wilson, the Novice Wool Handler, and Gerard Kelly, the manager. Gerard, who's going to talk on your behalf?
Great pleasure, and thanking you all for staying behind for this presentation. I want to thank these two teams here for coming across, and I think this is a wonderful competition. It's bringing on these young wool handlers and getting them the taste of competing and travelling around other shows in other countries. So thank you very much for the other teams for taking part.
And before he leaves the stage, ladies and gentlemen, this is the man that I said about. This is the chairman of the shearing here at the Royal Ulster, and I think he deserves a round of applause because Gerard does an amazing amount of work, not only here in Northern Ireland, but all over the UK. So thank you, Gerard. Okay, so the wool handlers will go off at the far end. The ever-efficient Jane takes the points. And now we'll move on to the Royal Ulster Novice Wool Handling Championship. And could I invite Sammy Fegan again back up onto the boards on behalf of Lucky Day Competitions, who have been great sponsors. They sponsored yesterday, and we're very grateful to their continued sponsorship today. Thank you and welcome to you to the stage.
Thank you. Hi everyone. If you haven't heard of Lucky Day Competitions before, we have given away over £30 million worth of prizes to people all over the Ireland and the UK. If you want to check us out, you can go to our website www.luckydaycompetitions.com. We give away all sorts of prizes from small tech bundles, cash, holidays, right up to agricultural and machinery bundles worth £500,000. So get on the website, check us out, and thanks for having me. Have a great day.
Could we have the 6 novice wool handlers, please, ready to come up onto the stage? So in 6th position in the Royal Ulster Novice Wool Handling was Jessica McConnell from Northern Ireland, one of our wool handlers all week. And it's her first competition ever, so we'll see a lot more of her, I'm sure. In 5th place, Hazel Crowe from the Republic of Ireland. In 4th position, Emily Gould from England. So now, could we have our 3 finalists up onto the board, please? So these are the 3 novice wool handlers we saw battling it out on the boards. 3rd position will receive a £15 prize from Scotland, Jessica Marwick. The runner-up will receive £25, Beth Logan. So the winner of the Royal Ulster Novice Wool Handling, receiving £40 and is also the top place Northern Ireland competitor, goes to Stephen Wilson.
so I'll not keep you too long. Thank you very much to all those involved the last 4 days. I don't want to start naming anyone because I'll end up missing them, but thank you very much everyone for turning out. Thank you.
So whilst they have their photograph taken, could I ask the top 6 wool handlers to be ready to come up onto the stage, please? So the semi-finalists, if they could be ready to come up onto the stage, as we will be presenting from 6th to 1st. And again, we'd like to thank Sammy, and she's going to wait to present these prizes. So we now move on to the Royal Ulster Open Wool Handling Championships, again sponsored by Lucky Day Competitions, so once again thank you. NISA have also sponsored £25 to the top Northern Ireland wool handler, and the winner will receive the Moorview jug presented by Jane Harkness Bones. In 6th position, Caitlin Bell. In 5th position, Rosie Keenan. In 4th position, Katie Reed. So could I now invite our 3 open wool handling finalists up onto the boards, please? So looking at the points, between 3rd and 2nd, there is 1 point. In layman's terms, that is bloody tight. Because in a wool handling competition, you see winners winning by 20, 30 points. So 1 point is nothing. In 3rd position, receiving £50 from Norway, Jonathan Hackle. Between 1st and 2nd, there are 38 points. The runner-up will receive £65. Audrey Aiken. And then yesterday, or the day before, when I presented her with winning the Northern Ireland Championship, she said 3 words. I said next time I wanted 15 words. Today I think we need about 35 words. Our Royal Ulster Open Wool Handling Champion receiving £100, the NISA prize and the Moorview trophy, from Northern Ireland, Rachel Murphy. Well, she's coming back this time, that's the start.
I'd like to thank all the organisers, the shearers, the competitors, my dad for pushing me because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. Thank you.
Did anybody count that? Because I reckon I was about 29. So ladies and gentlemen, please give our open wool handlers and our champion Rachel Murphy another big round of applause. I hope they're smiling there. So now then, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the last presentation of awards. Thank you very much, Sammy. The last presentation of awards for 2023 here at this wonderful pavilion and the Maurice McGahey stand at the Royal Ulster. The Royal Ulster Open Shearing Championship, sponsored by Ulster Wool Growers. The winner will receive the Gartree Trophy. The Perpetual Rose Bowl will be presented to the top Northern Ireland shearer in the Open in memory of Rosemary Harkness. Moira Cross Country and Schooling Gallops present a £100 quality prize for the best pair of shorn sheep in the final, and the results will contribute to the Nissa Sheep Shearing Circuit. Our thanks to Lister Shearing for provision of the shearing machines and the equipment for the competition, shearing vests and t-shirts for all competitors once again, so thank you to them. I now invite Mr. William O'Neill from Ulster Wool Growers to come up onto the stage to present the prizes. Also the Royal Ulster patron, Mr. Billy Martin, to present the Gartree Trophy and Rose Bowl, and Mrs. Margaret Allen from Moira Cross Country and Schooling Gallops to present the quality prize. Once again, thank you very much for your sponsorship and continued support. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much, folks. Great pleasure to be here today. What a wonderful competition. I think what we've seen here is second to none. Anywhere in the world, I haven't been to many world competitions, but I would say anywhere can be beaten. This tops the lot. A big hand for all the competitors. It's been top shearing right throughout the day. Thank you. Ulster Wool Growers have sponsored this competition now for a number of years, and very happy to sponsor here and going forward in the future as well. Long may shearing continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Allen, would you like to say a few words? Margaret, would you like to say a few words?
Good afternoon, everyone. We're Equestrian Centre is delighted yet again to present the awards for the best pen of shorn sheep. And it's lovely to be here this afternoon with all the crowds, and the quality of the shearing has been excellent. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, it gives me great pleasure now to invite these 6 super athletes up onto the board. They had a real battle in that final, ladies and gentlemen. So please give all 6 competitors in that open final a big round of applause. In 6th position, with 63.7 points, Callum Shaw. .9 of a point in front of him. In 5th position, receiving £100, Gwion Evans. Now then, between 3rd and 4th, there is .2 of a point. In 4th position, receiving £150, Ivan Scott. Between 3rd and 2nd, there is .25 of a point. In 3rd position, receiving £200, Richard Jones. Between these two, there is 1.1 points. The runner-up receives £250. and the quality prize for £100 for the best point of shorn sheep, and the Rose Bowl for the top Northern Ireland competitor, Jack Robinson. So the winner, ladies and gentlemen, our Royal Ulster Open Shearing Champion, receives £500 and the Gartree Trophy, Matt Smith. Well done, Matt. Matt, you know the score now. Don't go too far away. You've got to hobble back this way now. Congratulations.
Well, to be honest, I didn't actually see that coming after that final. It was a great final. It was very testing final. Very excellent sheep, a very strong sheep. So I'd just like to congratulate everybody today. It's been a great day, and thank everybody that's been involved, the farmers, the judges, and everybody behind the scenes. It's been excellent, and I didn't think I deserved it, but I'm going to take it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Open champion and those 6 wonderful finalists. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. As the cartoon says, that's all, folks. We'll see you all next year. But if you do want to come and see these guys battling it out, they will be at the World Championship up at the Royal Highland. Thank you once again to the committee, to the Royal Ulster, and to all our sponsors and supporters. Thank you very much, and we'll see you next year.
Hi everybody, I know you're all nearly away, but I just wanted to thank you and George and Paddy Doones, Joe Villa and Trevor Clark for all your commentary for the last 4 days, so thank you.